What a finish. What a man.
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And that's it. We've got a brilliant second of the week, and it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout push.
Dirty Harrison! Van Poulsen!
Scott Marsh's garage.
And those beautiful green curtains. Is this going to be a beautiful finish? Yes, it is! It's a 150 for Ronan McDonagh.
Oh, and that one!
Third leg, Peter
He's a finishing machine!
Could take this. Oh, that's superb! That's the third consecutive top plug checkout in this game.
Hiding in the shadows of a world so mean.
Shot on the first leg.
I'm
Darren
taken,
Johnson.
and a bit of a fist punch there from the old boy.
Bullseye. To finish in
Shot.
style.
And the match, Ciaran
Clinical
Teehan.
from Ciaran Teehan. We have now. The Platt finds the 116 to turn that game in his favour. Day's worth of action in Group C in the middle week of Super Series 11 here from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Hello, very good afternoon. That's the Live Lounge, looking very resplendent, doesn't it, on this Thursday afternoon? And what is Royal Ascot's Gold Cup Day? Well, we have got some horses for courses over the course of the next two sessions. We've got some real stayers, we've got some real pacey ones, but who is going to cross the line first? Well, Paul Nicholson knows exactly what it's like to cross the finishing line, also maybe sometimes fall at the first hurdle. He's going to talk about all of the action throughout the course of the day. Let's talk about yesterday and Group A. And if there's anybody that is a horse for this course, it's Neil Duff. Fourth time he's won a Group A here.
Yeah, he really did pitch it perfectly, didn't he? Now, the interesting thing about his campaign is that there were 3 people who were able to get a ton plus average in Group A, but that is just one performance, isn't it? The highest average that Neil put in was 93 and a bit, and his average for the entire group was 88. We spoke about it yesterday. The tight range of performance is something that you need when it comes to a Group A campaign. He put himself into the reckoning for winning this group with a knockout match against Adam Gavlas. He had a shot, he took it, and we're not going to see him for a couple of days. Many congratulations to Neil.
So this is how Neil Duff won it from a couple of points. Adam Gavlas had control of the group pretty much throughout the entirety before slipping at the finishing line. Charlie Manby picked Ronan McDonagh to the post in terms of getting into Group B. That's what we're going to be watching later on tonight. Him and Henry Coates, two of the young, exciting young talents in the sport, will be going head-to-head in that. This is how the tournament bracket looks as we head into the second half of the week. Neil Duff, the winner of Group A. Group B looked very interesting tonight. Henry Coates and Charlie Manby, two exciting young talents. Of course, Adam Gavlas also playing on the development tour. David Wazowski and Martin Thomas also in there providing the experience, whilst Group C is what we're going to be watching this afternoon. Darren Johnson, Ciaran Teehan and Jonathan Platt will be joining the action. Ronan McDonagh, Evan Poulsen and Peter Wachiuri dropping down. Now, in terms of Peter, is it fair to say that we put a lot of expectation on him this week because of the exploits, because of what he did last time? Do we almost have to just rein it back in a little bit with Peter?
Yeah, I think we do a little bit. We've got to be realistic with the output from Wachiuri because this week he started really well on Monday, picking up 3 wins from 5. It hasn't been as good the last couple of days. There have been some bright sparks, like that 147 checkout, but it's just been a little bit here and there over the last couple of days. And what he would like to do over the next 2 sessions is to find the kind of form that got him to the Saturday in the last series. If he's able to make another Saturday, fair play, but it's not going to be easy.
In terms of Ciaran Teehan, it's the first ever winner in this building. Now, interesting, we were having a little chat with him this morning. Darts is a little bit different for him now, playing a lot more closer to home. He's played a couple of challenge tours, but he's playing the type of darts that he's enjoying, he's happy with. But he also says he feels like he's playing some great stuff right now.
Well, I don't think you're going to get a player who's saying they're playing poorly. They're always going to try and fluff their own pillow, but Kieran's the kind of kid that doesn't say anything if it's not true. He's an incredibly honest young man. He's a very understated player as well. Think about all of the two-time weekly champions that we've got here, and we talk about how great they are. We very rarely reference Ciaran Teehan as to what he's done in this building. So if someone's going to go slightly under the radar, not height-wise, but if someone's going to do that this week, it could be Ciaran. I think he's one of the favourites for this group.
It's another towering Irishman that leads the way in terms of the betting for this group, because it is Ronan McDonagh that is at the head of the betting, 5-4. Now, in terms of his week, look, we spoke about Monday, Tuesday, missed a lot of darts at double, but there were signs yesterday of the Ronan that took his first appearance here by storm.
Yeah, 4 wins from 5. That was more like it from Ronan. And look, if you're going to have a bad day, have it on Monday. You don't want to have it on Thursday, Friday or Saturday. He knows this very well. And this is his first time in Group C. I expect him to be really, really comfortable. Even though the temperature is going to go up slightly this afternoon and tonight, I expect McDonagh to be a big part of the top 2 over the next couple of sessions. As far as value is concerned, can't look past Darren Johnson. At 5-1, he's the value.
It is 18+, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this afternoon. Right, let's get into the action then, shall we? It's going to be a meeting between even springboard Poulsen and Darren Johnson. DJ is back with his dynamic nickname. It's DJ because his first name's Darren, his last name's Johnson. And just like a James Bond hero, we had to hear from him before he got the action underway, and that is exactly what I did earlier on. Darren, back for another stint here at the Super Series. How much are you looking forward to the next couple of days?
I am. Basically, I want to find out where my game is. So, yeah, I am looking forward to the next 2 days, yeah. Or 3.
Hopefully 3 for yourself. You say you're looking to work out where your game is at this present moment in time. Is it fair to say that in terms of competition play, it hasn't been as frequent for yourself in 2025 compared to what we've seen from you previously?
Possibly. I think I overdid it last 2 years, trying to do seniors darts, ADC darts, WDF darts, travelling all over. I've cut it down a bit this year. I'm basically doing WDF, but I am doing a lot more local competitions on a weekday night. And I'm hoping that's going to bring me back to somewhere near my best darts.
So is this kind of like finding that happy medium for yourself in terms of playing what you want to play, but then not overdoing it at the same time?
The thing is, when you're playing well, or when I'm playing well, I basically want to play everything, and it's just too much, and then you play yourself. I think you can play yourself out of form, so I'm trying to cut it down a little bit and just concentrate on the important stuff.
So in terms of this week, have you set any goals? I know you said you want to be here for 3 days. Have you set any goals, or you just, as you say, you're working your game out, just going to try and see as it comes?
The goal is to play well and get through to Saturday. That's it.
Well, wish you all the best, Darren. Good luck.
Yeah, cheers, Henry. Thank you.
So the DJ enters the party in Pompey here at the Super Series. He takes on even springboard Poulsen. Well, I'll tell you what, they could make an entertainment duo, these two, couldn't they? Darren Johnson could be the DJ, and with the abracadabra, Poulsen could be the magician. Johnson, the 58-year-old from Mexborough, the second best player to ever hail from that part of the world, a 4-time weekly finalist here. Up against even springboard Poulsen, the 63-year-old from Slangerup, a small town in Denmark, population around about 9,000. Making his debut in this competition, though we did see him last year at the ADC Global Championship. He was unable to make it out of a Group C for another campaign in Group A, and he'll be hoping that those fortunes don't repeat itself here. It's game 1 of 25 we're going to be broadcasting today, and it's all going to be officiated by a man who's presided over 4 World Championship finals.
Game on.
Paul Hinks is your referee. His first major final was 20 years ago, the 2005 PDC World Match Play, when Colin Jaws Lloyd got the better of John
43.
Part in that final. His longevity meets no bounds. His ability meets no bounds. And talking about longevity and ability, well, the best we could get was Paul Nicholson.
91.
Good afternoon.
You're clattering for a battering, Deacon.
60.
Don't worry, I'll get you back later for that.
I thought I'd just get it in early.
Nothing wrong with a bit of banter. Well, the thing that these guys
42.
both know is that you don't have as much breathing space in Group C.
58.
So you're better off getting off to that good start. Put yourself in position on Thursday and Friday. Make sure that you're in the top 2.
60.
Now, if Ivan Springbok Poulsen is going to make the top 2, from a percentage point, I estimate he's going to have to find
81.
about 5% in his overall output. I'm talking about the average and indeed the doubling too.
100.
So far, he's playing to type this week. He's averaging about 80 to 81.
117.
But his doubles at 34%. That's okay. But if you're going to find your way through this group, which is a bit tumultuous, considering who's in it, you might have to be closer to 40%.
In fact, if you break down Ivan's week, you break down DJ's a year, on paper, there's absolutely nothing to separate the pair. Just a point in terms of the averages and
59.
absolutely nothing to separate the two when it comes to their
83.
doubles percentages. So on paper, there should be a tight game, and both players left on 83 after a few visits to the board in the opening leg. But Poulsen has overthrown the throw, and he's going to get a dart in his hand at double 9. Good
74.
recovery following dart 1, but Johnson
83.
looking to take out what his opponent couldn't.
DJ leads the ball.
58. Ivan Newcar 9.
That was very, very close. 2 fours for the Dane.
5.
And the door is open
25.
for Johnson to hold in the first leg.
Game shown the first leg.
Yeah,
Darren
very tidy
Johnson.
from DJ. You say that he's the second best player from
Second
Maxborough.
McGuire to through first. Game on.
It would take some effort to topple Dennis Priestley, that's for sure, considering what he's done in his career.
Two-time
91.
world champion. Winner of multiple other titles and multiple other finals over a long and distinguished career.
I don't think people give Dennis
11.
the credit he deserves for where he's won his titles. Multiple ranking titles in the Oceanic region, North America, Europe.
44.
Been everywhere and succeeded. But if we're being fair to DJ, yes, he is the second best player that Maxborough has
134.
produced. He's been a very hard-working individual in his life as Darren and has played at the highest level, has made the final of a Players' Championship
100.
before. He's not just a great second-level player. He's played
97.
with the big boys. I've played against Darren when he's been at his perceived peak, and boy, oh boy, was
59.
he good. The natural reaction to drawing Darren in a Players' Championship or a UK Open qualifier was, ooh, this isn't going to
28.
be easy.
Spoken about slowing things down a little bit. The traversing around Europe has not fully subsided, but just halted a
93.
little bit. Lakeside, there's been a venue he's plied his trade the last couple of years, but he's keeping his options open, and the Global Championship for him is very much a carrot which is being dangled come the
140.
end of 2025, going into the
114.
beginning of 2026. And we saw Poulsen play at that particular tournament last year, but we're not going to see him take out the first ton plus checkout of the session as he misses the big number, having got
76.
the triple with
Darren
dart 1. And so
91.
Johnson has an opportunity here to get the break and open up a 2-0 lead.
Does get a dart.
59. Ivan Newcar
Won't be
38.
pleased with that last one. There wasn't any hesitation from Ivan here.
22. Darren
What did we
Newcar
say about his
32.
doubles? They had to improve to give himself chances in this group. If anything, he's regressed in the first couple of legs here.
Game shown in the second
And as a
leg,
result
Darren
of that, he is
Johnson.
2-0 down.
Not a classic up to
Third leg,
press.
Darren to through first. Game on.
Darren Johnson getting the first 2 legs won in 43 darts.
You know, there are certain phrases within sports commentary. And that can be said about darts, football,
100.
all sorts of different sporting vocations. When we say not a classic, that's us being kind. It's our responsibility to be kind to the players. But having first game of the group, it's never easy. It doesn't matter if you've played the last 3 days. Still going to get your
56.
grounding in Group C.
My favourite one, particularly when commentating on football, when you've got a drab 0-0, is waiting for this one to warm up.
140.
Basically, so far, the game has been hopeless, but please, can something happen? So if you ever hear a football commentator say, waiting for it to warm up, they're probably
76.
bored.
Now,
97.
what's Johnson going to do on this number here? I am intrigued by this. Oh, that doesn't help, but at least he did the right thing.
80.
On 269, I really like 19's first.
140.
Springbok Poulsen really could be 2-0 up himself with a chance of 3-0.
81. Ivan Newcar, 66.
If he's not careful, he could be 3-0 down.
There's one thing we said about even in Group A, it was his ability to take out opportunities
46,
when they
Darren
arose.
Newcar,
He's missed 6 starts and a
108.
double so far in this contest. DJ is back for 108 to open up a freeze it plead.
Great second dart. Double 14.
80. Ivan Newcar, 20.
DJ could have been 3-0 up.
So Poulsen looking at 210s, now up for double 5. He's got a good guide. And
He's
follows it.
shown the third leg.
Follows it in,
Ivan
and it's
Springbok
2-1.
Poulsen.
Game returns to throw.
Fourth leg Ivan to throw
And
first.
the game that
on.
Darren Johnson made the leg before has been cancelled out.
Does this statistic from the last 3 days
131.
categorise how Springbok Poulsen plays this game? Because he's had 5 180s, which is not a great deal
85.
for 15 games, especially when you consider Adam Gavlas had 17 more. But Springbok Poulsen
45.
had 5-ton-plus checkouts. Very rarely do you see someone have the same amount of ton-plus checkouts as maximums. But that's exactly what the
125.
Danish player did this week, including the second biggest checkout of the week of 156.
Which probably
85.
goes to tell us exactly what we've been saying over the course of the 3 days, where he has been patchy in spells, hasn't he, Springboard? The good stuff has been good, but he hasn't been able to piece
100.
it together on a consistent enough basis to be competitive so far this week. But I love what he said to us yesterday.
81.
I'm old, but I'm new. And he's just embracing every single part of this experience.
95.
And I think for him, I don't think he'll be taking any negatives from this week. I think he'll be enjoying every single part of this week and the experience. Because for him at 63, he'll never know
99.
whether this is going to happen
Newcar,
again.
96.
You could say that for anybody at any age. DJ does not get a dart at a double from 96.
40. Ivan Newcar, 60.
And this might be the first leg of this contest where Darren does not get a dart at a double.
Double 10 for a level match. Double
Game
10 found
shown
for a
the
level
fourth
match.
leg.
Now,
Ivan
the
Springbok
story
Poulsen.
of Tuesday and Wednesday was a lot of games going tight and a
This leg Ciaran
plethora
through first.
of
Game
4-3
on.
encounters. Is that trend going to continue here in Group C?
60.
It's actually Ivan who's had darts in every leg at double. He could have won this game 4-0.
44.
Things are never that simple. Just going back to what you were saying about being 63 and never knowing if this is your last chance. Philosophically speaking,
100.
doesn't really matter what age you are. Don't take anything for granted. And when you wake up in the morning and you do something like
85.
this, play it like it is the last time, every time. Because we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow.
59.
Well, particularly in a sporting landscape, we live in a world where everything is built towards to the next game, to the next tournament, to the next event, whatever it would be. And so you don't
100.
actually, particularly when you are successful, you don't actually get the time to celebrate it because you're constantly thinking about what the next one is on the horizon.
You're absolutely right, Henry. 100% correct.
81.
Because this sport
WK
is
116.
rife with narrative about getting to the next step. What Darren was talking about in his interview is, I want to play well. That's all I want to do. I just want to play well. You want to play this
45.
game, then you want to focus on the next game. It's a nice mindset because if we're constantly thinking about making Saturdays, making Champions Weeks,
100.
in the
WK
pro game,
71.
making match plays, you're not thinking about now. You're distracted. Focus on the now and try and get to a 3-2 lead.
Game shown
which
the
is
fifth
exactly
leg,
what he
Darren
does.
Johnson.
Well, to put it in perspective, Josh Rock and Darryl Gurney, particularly Josh Rock, one of the biggest event of his
Six-leg
life,
Ivan
the World
to
Cup of
first,
Darts on
game
Sunday
on.
evening. And then by Tuesday, he's playing on a streaming board in Leicester. Nothing wrong with a streaming board in Leicester, absolutely not. But
And do you want to know what's refreshing about the World
57.
Cup, Henry? It had absolutely nothing to do with the race for the match play. Nothing. Not 0.5% of what happened
140.
in Frankfurt had anything to do with anything else but the World Cup. That is its greatest thing.
100.
It's not ranked. It's all about who wins the tournament.
and importantly as well, you get to see different faces.
95.
I read something on social media on Sunday. I think it was the first day of darts that didn't feature a Luke since January, or no, December the 30th or something like that.
That's right.
Which is crazy when you come to think of it.
Well, I blame Luke Woodhouse.
99.
It's probably his fault. He's not going to get another maximum
67.
unless we play another leg.
Which I have to say, at this present moment in time, it's looking very, very likely.
100. Ivan Yukar, 64.
So that ton for Johnson means that Poulsen may be forced to take out the 64. Well, this would be the third time you would have
48.
taken
WK
48
67.
out that way this week.
It is 88.
Game
And
shown
it is the
match,
win for
Darren
DJ.
Johnson.
Spin us another one, DJ. That was a decent performance. And the ideal thing is you get the win in your first game and you put one of the 6 people in the group on the back foot and you have something to work on as you go into your second round match. DJ will play against Ronan McDonagh in game number 5. That is a 4-2 success for the man from Mexborough. And next, it's going to be Ciaran, Teehan, the 2-time weekly champion, up against Peter Wachiuri.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Darren Johnson get the better of Ivan Poulsen by 4 legs to 2 to kick off his campaign. Match number 2 is a meeting between Ciaran, Teehan and Peter Wachiuri, the Republic of Ireland, taking on Kenya in this second meeting of the day. Let's get to know both players a little bit better then, shall we? Ciaran was the first ever player to win a week in this building, now aged 26. From Cork in the Republic of Ireland. He's looking for a hat-trick of titles, and he would join an elite list of players to do exactly that. Now, for Peter Wachiuri, he's age 38 from Nairobi in Kenya. Run about the last time he was here. But I tell you what, there's a very interesting story when it comes to Ciaran Teehan, because he's played here 8 times, but he's only qualified twice for Saturday night. But on both occasions he has qualified through, he has won the week. It's such a weird quirk, isn't it?
It is a little bit, isn't it?
First leg, Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
And please forgive me for what I'm about to do, but I've been watching too much of The Big Bang Theory lately. And how can we categorise Ciaran Teehan? What? Finals night ninja.
85.
Because he is. He gets to finals night and he wins.
Good afternoon and welcome to No Context Nicholson here on Pluto TV.
Oh, come on. The weather's beautiful outside. It's putting us all in a good mood. Let's have some fun with this, shall we? And darts is fun. It is serious.
41.
But if you're willing to have fun with your game, willing to express yourself, I think there's more opportunity for you to thrive. And Peter's a great example of that.
Careful, because if we have too much
60.
fun, there might be a tungsten teaser on the go.
Will we get the answer, though?
Yes, I promise you. Well, we've got 2 sessions today, so there's plenty of time.
Well, let's look at what Ciaran's deciding to use this week.
57.
Because predominantly the barrel doesn't change much. Always has a somewhat shorter stem, but has used different flights over time. Today,
81.
he's starting off with a white moulded flight, slightly bigger standard as well. It'll be interesting to see if he employs these all week long. When he first started coming
39.
here, after being on the tour for a little while, he was using Ireland-coloured flights.
I was having a chat with Ciaran on stage this morning as he was having a little bit of a practice throw, and he was saying a lot of his darts now is based in Ireland, playing a lot of the INDO ranking events and other such things back home, and he's played the odd bit of Challenge Tour, did make a semi-final the last time he played in one of those events, but I think crucially he's found a place in darts where he's very happy, still playing competitively,
54.
still playing at a high level, but he's enjoying it. He's not going through the slog of tour life. He's found that equilibrium that works for him.
We've spoken to many people over the last few months about tour life. It's not easy.
133.
It's especially
Peter Carr,
more difficult
138.
for players who have to constantly go to an airport. And living in Cork, that's exactly what you need to do. Cork to Manchester,
44.
to London,
Ciaran,
to
100.
anything in the UK or in Europe. It's a slog. You have to get used to waiting all the time. It's a game of waiting. Doesn't have to wait long to take a 1-0 lead. That's a beautiful start from Ciaran Teehan.
Second leg,
Looking in
Peter to throw
decent
first.
nick does
Game
the
on.
High Tower. Doesn't look like he's adopting that nickname any longer, but that was what he was known as when he was plying his trade on the Pro Tour for a couple of years.
You're probably too young for
86.
this. Do you know who High Tower is?
Absolutely no idea.
He was a very genteel character in Police Academy back in the 1980s.
60.
A famous film series starting the likes of Steve Guttenberg and some others. But one of the main characters was called Hightower.
100.
Big fella, very imposing. And at the end of the first installment, he says, you know what, police work's not for me. I'm going to open a florist. And they would drag him back
100.
in when there's a riot outside the police academy at the end of that first movie. So, yeah, I think Hightower's a good nickname.
Really burst onto the scene, didn't he, at the
81.
2019 World Masters of the Circus Tavern, a tournament which would go on to be won by his fellow countryman John O'Shea.
Ask Laura Turner because she was there.
43.
That entire weekend might as well have been set in Ireland. It was Irish success wherever you looked. In the girls'
44.
tournament, the boys' tournament, the men's tournament. Lisa Ashton spoiled the party by winning the ladies' event. But the noise was coming from the Irish folk. They made that tournament.
140.
Wachiuri looking to set up. Teehan has left himself unfinished to get the break.
96.
But
Getting
there's
your
a
car
feeling he's going to have to take out the
158.
158 if he is to open up a 2-0 lead. Not this time, and so Wachiuri will return for 94. Should
45. Peter Carr,
play
94.
safe here, but what is his thinking? Attacks it. But
74.
unable to get it.
Getting your car 113.
This number should have really been a little smaller. It's still only one treble that he needs. That one. Tops.
93. Peter Carr, 20.
So Wachiuri to level this game up at one apiece. Look at a double 10. Well, he's getting further away, if anything.
No score.
And Teehan
Getting your car,
presented an
20.
opportunity to tee up a breaker throw.
He's not going to get a better opportunity to go 2-0 up.
Getting shot on the second leg, Ciaran Teehan.
That was a bit close for comfort, but it was in.
Oh, a
Ciaran
disconsolate
to
shake
serve
of the
first.
head from the
Game
Irishman.
on.
He knows that he could play much better than what he's playing at now, but he'll be happy just to get that first win under the belt. In terms of his numbers, there's not a big sample size, admittedly.
105.
His numbers for 12 months is way below what we kind of come to expect of a player with Ciaran's ability. 78.80, but I know you've been delving through the numbers on the Challenge Tour, which is far more handy. As I say, made a semi-final the
100.
last time he did play on that particular circuit.
Yeah, you look at his overall average for the Challenge Tour for the season, it's 78.61, which is well below what
60.
we expect from Ciaran. But he only played the first 5 tournaments of the Challenge Tour and then decided to go to a couple of events in the early portion of May. So that tells us that he's not prioritising the second level of PDC darts as he once has. But it was very encouraging to see him in the semi-finals of Challenge Tour 12, where he lost out to our good young friend Jemai van den Herik. And he did beat Bo Greaves that day, did Ciaran. He also beat Andy Hamilton,
85.
John Henderson. They're good wins.
Well, Andy Hamilton, who is into Champions Week come the middle of August.
I do have a but, though. He made the semi-finals.
180.
And that is his first 180. And our first 180 of the day. He did make those semi-finals. And his highest average in his
44.
first 6 matches was 88.
96.
Doesn't have to go double-double.
56.
He'll take 56 every day of the week right there.
Even though he's not playing at his best, he is in full control and full command of this game.
I think Peter's a little bit lost.
72.
Can't seem to figure out why something isn't clicking here. Double 10 again.
30.
Not this
Peter
time.
Car 140.
Well, there's been no signs of anything like this being likely or capable for Peter Wachiuri thus far. But this would also sum Peter Wachiuri up in a nutshell if he can find this 140. Went tops, couldn't find with the first dart.
80.
And so Teehan is back for 2 5s for free zip.
Doesn't matter how tall you are, double 5 is still perilous. But it doesn't look it when you do that. You notice that Conor Heenahan, one of our combatants from last week, and Ciaran Teehan, they've got something in common, haven't they? They like to play in a normal golf shirt.
I think they may have borrowed the same golf shirt as well.
I'm pretty sure that Conor's got that shirt.
Although I do think there's probably a bit of a size difference in terms of shirt ordering for one another.
But it goes to show, doesn't it? Not every dart player wants to have the whiz-bang dart shirt with flags and motifs and logos. Some people would rather play
96.
Slightly understated. And I think that word typifies Teehan more than any other. He is an understated player. He's not someone who grabs the headlines. Even when he won the first
99.
night here, it was, oh, Teehan's won. It's not Stephen Burton. It's not Diogo Portela. It's not James Hurrell. It's not Martin Adams. It's Teehan. And it felt like we moved on really quickly from that. And when he won his second title, it was one of, well, maybe this lad deserves a bit more credit than he actually gets.
Well, for a long time, Ross Smith was the king of wearing a golf shirt until he then signed terms with a manufacturer, which meant that he had to wear something a little bit more garish than that.
Let's be frank. If you're going to do a dart shirt, do it properly. And nobody in World Darts does a classy dart shirt better than Ross Smith. Anything that's on that shirt, it has a place.
139.
Everything makes sense.
137.
Hitting this would make sense to win 4-0.
It's not going to get, but Peter Wachiuri's missed 5 darts at a double.
99.
So far in this contest, should at
72.
least get another one to keep us ticking along a little while longer. And he's going to have a look at double top. And that's laid quite nicely for him.
52.
But just drags it low, and
38.
this should be curtains.
Let's have a game of hit or split.
When he went for the hit. And gets the hit with his last dart in hand, and Ciaran Teehan rounds off a 4-0 win against Peter Wachiuri. Not his blockbuster best, but there were signs as the game went along he is beginning to improve. But for Peter Wachiuri, there is a lot of work to do as the day goes along. This is how the match went from a statistical viewpoint that you tailor the tape. Next up, it is Jonathan Platt against Ronan McDonagh. Welcome back to Pluto TV and Modus Super Series 11. Now, watch out, because what you're about to see on your screen is Ronan McDonagh in the most garish-looking red shirt you could possibly see. He certainly stands out from the crowd, and he's a man that very much stands out from the crowd everywhere he goes. He's up against Jonathan Platt, the 58-year-old from Birtwood, for over 16-gram Harrow Dart. Second appearance here, up against McDonagh, who made the final last time he was here. The 23-year-old from the Republic of Ireland in, again, just like in the previous game with Ciaran Teehan, in another golf-inspired shirt. Looks like one of those shirts that you used to get when Riley's used to host UK Open qualifiers. But that's certainly his look, and he's made it his own. He strikes it his own, and goodness me, does he strike at a very good rate, does this young man.
Jonathan to throw
very
first.
talented, very capable player.
Game on.
It was a slow start to his week. He rallied yesterday, but it was just a little bit too little too late in terms of pipping Charlie Manby to the post in terms of a position in Group B this evening.
85.
But I was just saying to you in the break, you look at the way that the session has started. Ronan plays the way that he has been, particularly over the last day and a half. I really like the look of him getting through to Saturday night, and probably getting through to Saturday night as the winner of this group.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see that Ronan is the favourite to win this group. Now, Interestingly, Henry, you look at his averages day on day. 85, that's Monday. 87, that's Tuesday.
46.
Just a smidgen under 88 for yesterday. And you think, that's actually quite tight. When we say tight, that's a good thing. It's very,
60.
very consistent. But we have not been looking at the intricacies of his scoring very much this week. We've been looking at the doubles.
100.
And the doubles. This story is about as vivid as his shirt. Monday, 23%. Tuesday, 31%.
100.
Yesterday, best of the group, 42%. If he's got more
60.
of that in the locker, coupled with an 88 average, he's going to be in the top 2 by the end of the day. I'm very confident when I say that.
Well, if you compare his numbers to what we've got in terms of track record of everybody
125.
else, he is above and by way. Average over the course of the group, 86.81. And despite the horror show on Monday in terms of the finishing, still
59.
ended up with a
Jonathan
finishing
Buchanan,
percentage of
91.
32. So if you mix and match that against everybody else's numbers, he should have too much. But it's very easy for us to speculate and say on paper X should lead to Y, particularly when Jonathan Platt can take out a
75.
91 finish and
Ronan
just
Buchanan,
moves on the inside of double
158.
16 for exactly that.
58. Jonathan Carr, 16. No score. Ronan
Oh,
Carr,
no.
100.
That shot is putting the oh no in Jono. Not how you want things to start. And now he's got to survive a 100 checkout. This is something that Teehan took out in his first leg. Not this way, mind.
81. Jonathan Carr,
Well, that
16.
would have been a bit of a steal, if the truth be told, if he was to take that leg, considering the circumstance. Platt back for 3 more at double 8.
Game shown
Finds
the
a
first
double 8
leg,
and
Jonathan
finds
Platt.
himself on the board.
Second leg, Ronan did through first. Game on.
It is going to be warm today. I think Platty is very wise in taking a towel on stage. These guys,
85.
for the want of a better phrase, they're going to be put through it the next couple of days.
Well, we recorded 1 or 2 links on the stage around about midday this afternoon before dart was even thrown
97.
in the auditorium, and we both said this feels a little bit warm in here. And the players that played tonight probably want to heed a bit of a warning, because it's only going to get warm
100.
as the day goes along, with the lights being on all day. And okay, the temperatures will go down, but the heat in a building like this is just going to stay in, and it's going to be very, very warm for those that will be playing Group B around about 10 o'clock tonight.
125. 100.
It is going to be the same for all players. So they have no license to grumble, but one person today who really will deserve some
78.
credit is the referee. Players like Ronan, like Jono, they're playing 5 games. Referee is refereeing 15.
100.
And then another 10 later. So if you want to be a darts referee, it's not an easy job for many reasons.
Although for Paul Hinks, this will be a doddle in comparison
60.
to
Ronan
refereeing
Carr,
on the Winter
116.
Gardens when it's 55 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, that is tough.
And they used to make them wear suits.
Yeah, I think eventually Tommy Cox came to his senses and said, you know
60.
what,
Jonathan Carr,
we'll just give you a polo
141.
shirt, an aerated one.
Although we've had this discussion. World Championship, they should wear suits. It's your
59.
perennial event of
Ronan
the year.
Carr,
I
56.
think after Christmas, the referees should be wearing suits. That's just a personal
Game shown on the
gripe of
second
mine.
leg.
If
Ronan
McDonagh levels
McDonagh.
up at 1 apiece.
Third leg,
Well,
Jonathan
not
did
to
through
go on about
first.
this argument
Game
too
on.
much, but I disagree with you. I think the referees and officials should all be in the same clobber
90.
year round. I think the thing that could change that argument is if
85.
it was a bit like Wimbledon or Roland Garros, where the officials are given a certain garb. Now, if you're an umpire at Wimbledon
100 on it.
You're getting kitted out by one of the best designers in the world. I don't think you're grumbling too much about being under a little cover with your iPad, or other tablets are available, in a beautifully crafted jacket, skirt, trousers, and superb shoes. But when you're officiating as much as these guys are,
16.
I think it's very fair that it should be as comfortable as possible.
Yeah, I do like the example that snooker have in terms of
140.
a lot of the tournaments now, they do dress down the referees, and they're all in that one same gear. But when it is the Crucible, when it is the UK Championship, we're only refereeing one session a day, they're all actually now in the same attire because there's a tailoring company that look after that. And I just wonder whether for the World Championship that would be a line to go down, because you can take the shirt and tie off after your game's done.
92.
That's just a personal thing of mine. Very much a traditionalist. Same as I hate it when football teams turn up to the FA Cup final and they turn up in some kind of like T-shirt and trackies. Get in the bin.
$59. Jonathan Car 80.
You heard him, Platty. Stick 80 points in the bin for a 2-1 lead. The line is perfect.
40. Ronan
Of dart, not
40.
so on dart 3.
Well, Platt's had his opportunities. Is this the moment McDonagh pounces?
30.
And you just get the
Jonathan
sense if
Car,
Ronan had
40.
taken that leg, opened up a 2-1 lead, had the darts in his hand, that he could have really taken control of proceedings. But
Getting shot on the third leg.
Jonathan Platt who will pin the tops that his opponent's just missed, and he will take the lead once again. 3 legs played, all
Fourth leg
gone with throw.
Ronan to throw first. Game on.
You've spoken about Paul Hinks refereeing the last 20 years and sometimes in the biggest match that the sport has to offer.
57.
Even before then, these flights were being used by two of the greatest players in the world.
45.
Peter Everson and Rod Harrington were backed by the people on that flight. And I've got to say thank you to
59.
John O this morning, because he knows that the last time he was here, I was lauding these flights because they're an antique. I don't even know how he's got them. He actually gave me a set this morning in a piece of plastic to cherish
41.
for the next generation. They're in mint condition, and I am very, very grateful, John O. These are a thing of beauty.
100.
And I can tell you now, when we had a little knock on our commentary box door this morning and that got handed to him, I have not seen a smile beam from your face ear to ear for quite a long time.
140.
Well, there's a 16, 17, 18-year-old young man. I was watching darts on television and seeing
100.
these flights being used, and they were cool back then. They're still super cool now. But they are just glorifyingly retro in the best possible way.
40.
Honestly, Larry Butler could walk in here with the shirt that he wore to win the match play in 1994 and not look as cool as these flights.
100.
You can already envisage the sweat dripping from the face of Rod Harrington in that 3-piece suit combo he used to wear on stage.
140. Ronan your car 85.
It's a very apt subject because it's very hot today, but Blackpool is one of the hottest places to play. I don't think it's very pleasant at all.
Whoever thought it'd be a good idea to play darts in
45.
a waistcoat shirt and
Jonathan
tie?
Car 95.
Thankfully, never needed the waistcoat at Blackpool.
35.
But what McDonagh
Ronan
needs
Car
is a
40.
clean kill.
Getting shot on the fourth
Well,
leg.
it'll do.
Ronan McDonagh.
He gets there eventually, but there's a little shake of the head there from Ronan.
Fifth leg Jonathan to through first. Game on.
2 from 9 in this match, and that is not going to please him. But what will is that he's still level after 4. It could have been worse.
I think the phrase
100.
making it hard work for himself is just beginning to spring to mind.
You referenced the fact that he's wearing red today.
47.
He's cutting his own tribute to Tiger Woods today, isn't he? Do you know why Tiger used to wear red on a Sunday?
It was to do with his university where he was from, and that was the colours of his university,
100.
I'm pretty sure.
Yep, Stanford is where he studied. Not for a great deal of time because he was too busy winning golf tournaments.
41.
But his amateur record whilst at Stanford is incredible. And Ricky Fowler did the same. He went to OU, Oklahoma. That's why he wears orange.
And all
60.
orange sometimes early on in his career. Some of those orange trousers he used to wear were quite interesting.
Yeah, but Ricky Fowler, at the start of his career, he was a skater
100.
boy. Big caps, slightly baggier trousers. He was the coolest man on the golf course. Nowadays, they're all very tailored.
41.
Nothing wrong with Taylor.
140.
Platt here, 6 starts on 200 to re-establish the lead at 3-2.
Well, he'll know a thing about tailors. He's from the same
45.
area of the country. And that used to be, and I emphasise used to be,
83.
the
Jonathan
hottest
Carr,
place on the
155.
planet for world-class dart players. Staffordshire, just north of the West Midlands. So many great players from that neck of the woods. So many. I don't really know what he was doing with the first dart. That was just a wild
92.
one,
Ronan
I guess.
90.
Well, in these conditions, it can be very easy for a dart to slip out the hand. This would hurt.
80.
The double
Jonathan
five doesn't
Carr,
go, and Jonathan
63.
Platt has an opportunity to save his throw and potentially save his skin in this contest. He's going to get 2 darts in his hand, a double 12. Well, that's another slip. And you can see the frustration on his face. And so McDonagh, who has missed 8 darts
60.
and a double so far in
Ronan
this
Carr,
contest,
10.
is going to get 3 more to open up a 3-2 lead. And importantly, find a break which will give him the darts for the match. Down for double 2.
6. Jonathan Carr 3.
If John O'Platt hits this 3 checkout, he'll be wondering, how am I in front? But he's not going to.
Ronan Carr 4.
He's struggling with something. We don't know what it is.
Game shot on the fifth
And he's
leg,
not going to be
Ronan
3-2 up
McDonagh.
because Ronan is that.
And importantly, now
leg Ronan
has
to
the
through
darts
first.
to win
Game
this
on.
particular contest. For Jonathan Platt, he looks up at the heavens and he's probably wondering whether that's his opportunity to win this game by the bye.
60.
It's a very famous name, isn't it, Platt? Famous for Gail and for David. Not his brother.
24.
Maybe the biggest thing for David Platt, former Aston Villa player, and
99.
once played for Bari in Italy, of course. Played for Arsenal. He was at one point in his career the most expensive footballer
60.
in the world based on multiple transfer fees. He was a big deal in the early 90s, was David Platt.
60.
Back at a time when Gazzetta Football Italia was one of the biggest shows on television on Channel 4.
46.
Do you know why it was called Gazzetta Football Italia? So it was the year that Gazza moved to Italy. And Paul Gascoigne was
60.
actually, this is a great story. Paul Gascoigne was meant to be presenter of that particular show. But the first day of filming, he never turned up. And so some young researcher by the name of James Richardson stepped in to present that first episode. They liked him that much that was basically the beginning of his broadcast career, because he'd present every episode thereafter and would go on to present
92.
a number of different sports, currently doing the Club World Cup on Channel 5.
He's also done darts at Lakeside as well.
Didn't he do the event on Bravo TV?
95. Ronan Carr 130.
That was the 2010 European Championship in Dinslaken.
It's the one PDC event you cannot get any video footage of, no matter how hard you try.
There's a few of them from back then.
45. Jonathan Carr, 96.
It's either going to be game on or game over. I don't mind that play on treble 12.
48.
I think it's an
Ronan,
underused
85.
avenue for 76 in 2. McDonagh wants this finished.
Game
And he
shown
does
the
get
match.
it finished,
Ronan
and he
McDonagh.
gets it finished with some style. He finds the bullseye, and he finds himself on the board. It was hard work at times, but he managed to get that break to lead 3-2, and from that point onwards, he was able just to have that little bit too much for Jonathan Platt. Both players look as if they're feeling the heat a little bit. We did see a couple of darts slip from Jonathan Platt at times in that contest, but it was Ronan McDonagh who was able to keep his cool, running out a 4-2 winner. Next up for us is even springboard Poulsen up against Ciaran Teehan.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes
1.
can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. It's a roasting hot Thursday afternoon here at the Modus Super Series, and we're waiting for the action to heat up. Before the break, Ronan McDonagh got the better Jonathan Platt by 4 legs to 2. We also saw wins for Darren Johnson and Ciaran Teehan in the first round's worth of play, and Ciaran can move 2 from 2 if he can get the better of even Poulsen in this, the 4th match of the afternoon session here from the live lounge in Portsmouth. For Ivan, well, he's going to have to get his week started sooner rather than later. Missed 10 darts and a double in a 4-2 defeat to Darren Johnson in the opening game of the session. Whilst for Ciaran, he actually put in the best performance of anybody in the first round. It was only an average of 8-2. Missed 6 darts and a double. Did have a ton checkout against Peter Wachiuri, but I'm just beginning to get the sense that if he plays around that average for the most part of the day, he's probably going to pick up wins just based on what we've seen so far.
I'd have to agree with that. I think if some of these players don't grab something quite soon, it's going to take a steady player to take the lead overnight. I wouldn't be surprised
57.
in these conditions with who we've got in this group that if someone averages 85 and has 34% on the doubles today, that might be good enough to lead going into Friday.
60.
As a Poulsen, it's a case of now or never, you feel, as far as his weekly campaign is concerned. Defeat here,
100.
It's a long way back. It's going to be a very tall order, particularly when you consider he's got to play Ronan McDonagh as well later on in the session, which you just get the sense that Ronan will probably click at some point. He missed a lot of darts at double,
44.
but you feel like what he did to start isn't what he's going to do throughout the duration of the group. But as we've learned this week, Poulsen is streaky. He can do things at times which can really rattle the cage of opponents. And he's left himself first to a finish because Teehan, up to press, hasn't been able to get out the gate.
99. I'm in the car 144.
You're right about Ivan and his streaky nature. But the problem is that streaky nature is usually less than
54.
7 legs. His biggest average this week is 87. At some point, he's going to need a better game than that.
60. I'm in the car 90.
He's got 6 from here. That wasn't the right play. With his opponent
31.
on 178, had to go to the 18s.
No, I couldn't agree more. There are times for certain shots. 138 right now is perfect.
138. I'm in the car 59.
That was the right thing to do right there. So that cannot be criticised.
Second leg here into third
Abracadabra,
Game on.
a 1-0 lead.
Said the worst magician ever.
Magicians don't even say much anymore.
94.
They all just let the visuals take control. There are no magicians like Paul Daniels anymore.
60.
You know what his phrase was? Oh, that's magic. This is Debbie McGee.
And what attracted you to the millionaire, Paul Daniels? Carolina Hearn, wasn't it, who asked that question famously?
He was a good entertainer, Paul Daniels. He had his place.
45.
I'm not sure he would succeed in this day and age because things are different now. He was successful in the time of Saturday night light entertainment where people would gather around the telly when there were
83.
4 or 5 channels.
Bit like Bobby Davro. Probably nowadays wouldn't be as successful as he was in the past. I was actually watching something on TV last night and Bobby Davro turned out to be on it.
What were you watching?
I was watching a Jimmy Carr program on Channel 4. You know that one where he asked the questions about the things that happened during the show? That I just told you program.
Yes.
Yeah, Bobby Davro was on that with Harry Redknapp and Sue Smith.
85.
Of all the names I expected you to say today, Bobby Davro was not one of them.
Hey, me, you and Bobby Davro, we've got a bit of history, haven't we?
I suppose we do. Yeah.
Not with him personally, just
139.
Yes, the mysterious case of Henry Deacon, Lindsay Hipgrave, Paul Nicholson, and the smashed haunted picture.
60.
Let's say it was less haunted for one of us compared to the other two. Anyway, Teehan looking at 60 to level up at 1 apiece.
20. Having a car
Not to be, and so
131.
Poulsen 1-3-1 for 2-0. Not to be this time. Just get the sense this is a group where players are just
36.
needing opportunities to
40.
finish legs off.
Yeah, scoring is not coming easy for these guys.
Getting shot on the second leg, Ciaran.
But it is an equaliser for Teehan in 20 darts.
Third leg, Ivan to throw first. Game on.
There's a very silent H in his name, isn't it? It's Teehan. He just
42.
glide through it. If he went to North America and he was in a waiting area for a coffee or something, it'd be Teehan.
It was about time we had a silent H in this building.
131.
That's enough out of you, Deacon.
Of course, this is the first of 2 sessions
60.
that we're going to be broadcasting to you today. Yep, we're going to be with you until probably about 1:45 in the morning. And I've got to say tonight, really looking forward to seeing Henry
58.
Coates and Charlie Manby in action. We've already seen Charlie in Group A, but Henry Coates is such an exciting young talent. And to see them two go head-to-head, I think it's going to be a real
58.
glimpse into potentially what the future of this sport has to offer.
Yeah, it's good that the Modus Super Series can give
59.
opportunities to people like Henry, to Charlie, and, of course, to some other younger players like Ryan Branley.
100.
If it wasn't for Luke Littler, we'll give him the credit he deserves, because when he pretty much bulldozed his way into the Modus Super Series, he's paved the way for other young talents to try and emulate what he does.
26.
Well, there is somewhat of a double-edged sword thing about it. Luke's done a lot of good, of course he has. But what it's also done is it's put this pressure on players to then be that
80.
next Luke. It was like, there was a time, you know, when Wayne Rooney burst through and he burst onto the scene. When Theo Walcott came through, everybody said, right, he's the next Wayne Rooney. And I think that pressure for Theo, I don't think he was able to
57.
properly adjust that.
Having a car 161.
Just to that, shall I say.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point, actually.
97.
Yeah, very steady there from the
car
Dane.
170.
Biggest finish today is 100 from Teehan. He's not going to dip his bread in this one.
42. Having a car 64.
All right, we're officially at the point of the day where the darts are untidy.
44. Carrying a car 128.
Somebody at this early stage has got to take this group by the scruff of the neck.
So Poulsen looking at double 10 to open up a 2-1 lead.
112.
We had said it's
Having
been
a
a
car
group so
20.
getting where players have needed opportunities to get legs won, and this is
Each on
the
the third
visit
leg.
of
Ivan Springbok
Poulsen's
Poulsen.
leg, but he's managed to pin the double 10 to open up a 2-1 lead.
Here's a
Fourth leg,
thought,
Ciaran
Henry.
to throw first. Game on.
We're seeing a lot of averages so far in the mid-70s range. The more that continues, the
95.
more an opportunity is presented to Springbok Poulsen. He might not need to improve his numbers. If he continues
140.
from Group A, averaging around 80, based on what we've seen so far, that could succeed.
$80.
Is there a rhyme or reason behind it? Is it too easy to say that maybe the heat is a bit of a factor for the players?
I think it's easy for us to speculate.
43.
I think what we need to do at the end of today is ask the players. But that previous dart from Teehan, that opens up a discussion that is going to have to be had at some
84.
point. We are seeing more flight deflections than ever. Why is that?
140.
I believe it's because more players are using molded flights. And it's called absorption. When you hit that rigid flight, That barrel
39.
can't move it out of the way as much as a foldable flight. It's a trade-off between perfect right angles on the wings, which you get from molded,
82.
to increased absorption from a foldable flight. And I know some of the companies that manufacture flights are looking into this. And they're trying to make the wings of a molded flight more
133.
flexible.
Avenue car 96.
Well, this is for the breaking free one. Double 18. 2 9s.
Getting
Put
shown the fourth leg.
Springborg
Ivan Springborg
to within a leg
Poulsen.
of winning this game. And when you consider the amount of darts he
Fifth leg,
missed in the
Ivan
double
to
last time
first.
out against Darren
Game on.
Johnson, this could have been a scenario where he was 2 wins from 2.
$57.
What do you get if you cross Poulsen with a very famous Swedish tennis player,
Go on.
Bjorn Springborg?
180.
Another 180 for Teehan. He's got his second of the day. Didn't do John Platt any good when he
100.
got 2 180s in the previous game. He lost by 4 legs to 2.
$100.
I think a lot of people would see a victory here for the Dane as
60.
a surprise. But it is fair to mention
96.
that Teehan is hovering around that 80 average mark for the day as well, which, quite frankly, if someone is averaging 75 against them, they are still vulnerable.
29. Get in the car.
They are playing darts
125.
in a 7-visit range. Double 12.
101.
That was a good try. I'm not surprised he didn't go for the 25 in bull, because why would you when your opponent's back on 255?
180.
Not for long.
Get in the car 24.
Now, this has to go to extend the game.
Getting shown the
And
fifth
it does
leg,
go. That's
Ciaran.
the best leg of the match so far. 13 darter for Teehan, back to 3-2, and back to
Sixth
throw.
leg Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
Now, I've just been sent a text,
All right, Jim White.
and it's to do with a link between
95.
even Springborg Poulsen's nickname and Pokemon.
Colour me intrigued.
100.
So, there's a Pokemon called Kadabra, and in the year 2000, the Pokemon was removed from being printed on cards due
60.
to Uri Geller, the magician, suing the Pokemon company as he believed the Pokemon was based on him due to it being a magic-related name. And the Kadabra was also holding spoons,
100.
and Geller was famous for bending spoons with his mind. Geller removed the lawsuit in 2020, and the Pokemon returned to being printed in 2023.
Well,
58.
bend my spoon. That was fascinating. It's always the
83.
solicitors that get in the way, isn't it? I thought he was called Abracadabra because he's just magic.
You learn something new every single day, don't you?
100.
See, who needs tungsten teasers when you got facts like that?
58.
I love a good factoid. Something like the fact that Springborg Poulsen is from Denmark. One of their most famous sons of the last 25
77.
years is a guy called Gus
Ivan
Hansen.
Nukar 160.
Famous poker player, and he also liked to play high-stakes Yahtzee. Yes, the family-friendly dice game. In Denmark, they play high-stakes Yahtzee.
66. Get in the car 111.
Yahtzee is, of course, 5 of a kind in dice, but you don't need 5. In one of these games, you need 4 legs. Teehan needs to get his third first.
95.
He might not get a third.
Ivan Nukar 94.
However, there's no guarantee that Springborg gets anything from here. Depending on where he goes to the balls there, try and give himself that guarantee, but by hitting the 19, leaves himself a 75. Went down for the treble 70 because the bullseye was blocked.
54.
And so Teehan, to take us all the way, is looking at 2-8s. If he wins this game from here, I think it's fair to say that he would have used his get-out-of-jail-free card. We go with the distance, 3 apiece.
If Ciaran Teehan's going to jail, he needs a very tall cell. I love his accent, do you know that?
78.
Every time you hear Ciaran speaking or John O'Shea or anybody from Cork, it's borderline melodic. It's like they skip from word to word.
140.
Some people from overseas will just say, he's Irish. But
85.
there's a little bit of something else from the Cork folk. Ireland's a bit like England and a bit like Scotland. They have dialects for different parts of the country.
58.
You have Niall Culleton here. He'll talk differently to Ciaran. You have Shane McGuire. He'll speak differently to both examples. But the one thing that John O'Shea
24.
and Shane McGuire have got in common is that they're coming back in August. And Teehan would love to join them.
And he is an absolute gentle giant when you get
95.
to talk to Ciaran, when you get to meet Ciaran. And you could do that with the players on a Saturday night when you come here, www.dartshop.tv. The players usually
43.
are dotted in and around the venue. It's a very intimate environment here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Autograph signing sessions, of course. Well, if you're asking for an autograph, they by and large say yes.
136.
Never tend to ask us for any, though, do they?
60.
Yeah, because we don't want to
72.
devalue anything. 72 for the win. He was not far away from losing this game 4-2. It might just be his by the odd leg. He gets a dart at tops for the match.
And one dart is all Ciaran Teehan needs, and that will feel a little bit like a get-out-of-jail-free card there for him, because he wasn't at his best. He found himself behind for large portions, and for even springboard Poulsen, well, the tail of the first game kind of reared apparent in game 2. Had control at it for a time, but then found a way to lose. Teehan wins 4-3. Next up, we're going to watch Ronan McDonagh against Darren Johnson. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison.
And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Ciaran Teehan get the better of Ivan Poulsen by 4 legs of 3. Game number 5 of our session is a meeting between Darren Johnson and Ronan McDonagh. Two players who won their opening games, looking to move on to 4 points in the group.
First. Game on.
Ronan missed a lot of darts at double in that particular contest. 12 all told, whilst Darren managed to get the better of Ivan Poulsen with an 81.17 average. 4 from 8 in terms of his doubling in that particular match. Is the truth in this one, Nico, that we have no idea what to expect?
I'd probably say yes.
99.
I think we're getting a little bit of information from Ciaran, though. Low 80s average, around about 44% of his doubles for the day.
58.
It's not spectacular darts, but it's better than the people he's playing at the time.
100.
So based on what we've seen so far in the first 4 games, if you can find yourself an average of between 82 and 85,
43.
You're going to get chances.
Well, we kind of intonated yesterday that perhaps for Ronan playing in this group, as disappointed as he would be that he didn't get into Group B, but actually when you looked at all the factors involved with this Group C, he might actually be better off in the long run in terms of playing in this group and getting through to Saturday. You get the sense that he's the player you feel like has got the biggest ceiling at this present moment in time, but he just hasn't been able to draw it out as of yet. He leaves himself on a ton to take a 1-0 lead in this contest.
100. Ronan McGuire, 100.
Pleasing his fellow countryman, Ciaran Teehan, take it out today, but he's not going to find it on this particular occasion.
60. Darren McGuire, 110.
That 100 checkout from Teehan is still the only ton plus checkout we've seen.
Gage on the first leg.
Well, that didn't last long.
Second leg, Darren to through first. Game on.
Way to quash that statement, DJ.
You could say magic from Johnson.
44.
Do you remember who he played for?
Was it the Miami Heat? Or Chicago Bulls?
Negative on both counts.
66.
Was it the Lakers?
Magic Johnson was a Laker.
I'll be honest, I can't even claim credit for the last one. I got told that in my ear.
140.
Of course, busy day worth of darts. Not just action here at the Live Lounge, but also action in Leicester. Yesterday, Stephen
60.
Bunting claimed yet another title. Beat Jermaine Watermain 8-5 to win Players' Championship 18 at the Mattioli Arena.
He's most definitely having his best
100.
PDC season now. Floor title, Euro title, World Series title. He's going to be dangerous at the match play.
100.
Really, really dangerous. Really happy for Stephen. He denied Jermaine Watermain a first title who was still sitting on the doorstep of glory after the best part of a
59.
decade.
He's getting closer, isn't he? For Bunting, that's a Pro Tour title on top of 2 World Series in Bahrain and Copenhagen in 2025. He had 6
90.
ton
Darren
plus
Carr,
averages
158.
en route to winning that tournament. His best being at 106.43 in his last 16 games against
94.
Alan Suter. Came back from 5-4 down to beat Karol Sedlarczyk in the quarterfinals. Came through a last leg decider in the semis against Dave
135.
Chisnell before
Darren Carr,
beating
64.
Wachiuri in the final.
DJ needs double 16.
Getting shot on the second leg. Darren
DJ
Johnson.
is getting everything he wants.
Third leg Ronan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I think DJ right now, if he was reading a book,
99.
he might want to quote Oliver Twist. Please, sir, can I have some more?
Oliver Twist, which was written by Charles Dickens, who was famously
43.
born in this city.
Indeed he was.
Have you been to his birthplace museum yet?
Keep driving past it. I've not been in there yet.
100.
Absolutely incredible. That used to be a source of a school trip.
96.
Our school was a bit more like Springfield Elementary. They'd take us to the box factory.
100.
Put that in a box and wrap it up. Beautifully done by McDonagh.
Just beginning to channel that frustration a little bit, isn't he?
140. Ronan Carr,
You can tell he's getting annoyed
122.
about the way things have gone so far, but he's put in a good use here. Really good leg. Double 7. Well, he's going to have to go back to the start.
No score.
He shouldn't have been doing that in the first place. Tactically, that was wrong. And if there is one positive from those previous 3 darts,
66.
is that he's just been
Ronan
given a
Carr,
giant
122.
learning experience. Don't do it again, Ronan. Well, at least you
97.
can't bust it with you got
Darren
50
Carr,
left.
156.
Well, this would be punishment, wouldn't it? But Johnson's not going to find the 156, and so McDonagh back to get himself back in the game. But he's still going to have to find a break at
45.
some point,
Ronan
having been
Carr,
broken in the
25.
first leg of the contest. 2-8s to get the first chalk on the board. Now double 4.
Getting shot on the third leg. Ronan
Gets there
McDonagh.
eventually. Back to 2-1.
Fourth leg Darren to throw first. Game on.
There's no such thing as a sure thing in darts. How many examples would you like? They said that Humphreys and Littler last week at the World Cup, surely they're going to win it. They didn't even get through to the last day.
58.
Michael Smith in the match play. He's not in the match play yet. It's late June. And of course, the
86.
favourite for this group, Ronan McDonagh, that was never going to be a sure thing. Based on likelihoods and behaviours from the last couple of days, I think him being the
85.
favourite was the right call. But he's still got to go out there and do the work.
180.
Well, he's just beginning to turn the screw a little bit, and there's a 180 that good. It's turned the lights out.
46.
We just had an Undertaker alert. Where's the gong?
Well, I think Paul Nicholson's got flashbacks to that World Championship game against Kevin Burness
47.
once again.
You'll keep. Don't bring that game up.
And quite literally, the lights went out.
140.
Mind you, did you see the floodlight failure last night at the England Under-21 game?
I did not.
85.
But I was too busy marvelling right now at the fact that DJ didn't even stop. Darts in dark. I'll do anything right. I don't care if lights aren't on.
100.
I'll keep
Ronan
playing.
Carr, 103.
103 for McDonagh to level up 2 apiece.
47. Darren Carr, 72.
He could probably hit this with the lights on or off. Lights on? How does he do?
52.
But it's not lights out.
Ronan McGuire, 56.
But away he could go his throw if McDonagh finds double top.
Gains
Gets
on the
double
fourth leg,
top,
Ronan
and we're back
McDonagh.
level at 2-2.
How many times have we seen someone take a 2-0
Fifth leg,
lead
Ronan to throw first.
to be reeled into
Come
2-2
on.
straight after?
You know what they say about 2-0 being the most dangerous scoreline in football? Well, it's turning out to be the most dangerous scoreline here this afternoon.
Yeah, it is kind of perilous.
93.
And McDonagh has had a 3-0 lead this week, which has been expunged. Losing 4-3 a couple of days ago
100.
after being dominant. You don't win until you get the final double. You have to remain switched on until
95.
that very point.
$94. 100.
That rhythm is still a little bit erratic from McDonagh. Look at it, how many times he prods the dart forward before he projects it.
96.
There's one thing he could work on.
59.
Make sure it's the same every time. If it's 2 prods with the first dart to calibrate where you're at, fair enough. After that, you've got a choice. You can make dart 2 and
95.
dart 3
Ronan
or 1
McGuire,
prod, or
154.
keep it at 2 prods every time. There has to be some uniformity to the way you throw to give yourself the best chance of
100.
accuracy.
Darren McGuire, 116.
Well, McDonagh's left himself on a single to double to take the lead for the first time in this match, unless Johnson can find the 116, having already taken out the 110 in this contest.
60.
And so
Ronan
this
McGuire,
to get his nose in
54.
front for the first time, and even just one more to seal his second consecutive victory, join Ciaran Teehan on 4 points in the group. Lovely marker,
14.
cannot
Darren McGuire,
utilise it.
56.
There was not one fibre of his being that was thinking he was going to miss that.
$17.
Well, well, well.
Ronan McGuire, 40.
A second chance for McDonagh. The bails do not come off for Johnson. And this time he gets the ideal deflection for 3-2. He has officially turned this one around now, but there's still work to do.
Through first. Game on.
One away. Still not overly happy with things.
But it's better. It's 10 points better than his previous performance. So
100.
keep this kind of momentum going. By the end of the day, he could be in a really good position.
96.
I think what this game proves as well is that we shouldn't judge players by what they have done.
59.
We judge them by what they're doing. Let's say that you took a player from
43.
2015, from 10 years ago, and they were doing incredible things in the world of darts at any level, putting in big numbers, and maybe they had a reputation for doing certain
100.
things. You drop them into 2025. You don't judge them by what they did 10 years ago. You judge them by what they're doing now. And by virtue of that, we're
85.
seeing gradual improvement from McDonagh. And we're seeing a Darren Johnson who is scrapping with an 81 average.
95.
That's what's so hard to be
55.
good in this day and age in
Darren
sport.
McGuire, 147.
Because if you've had massive success, that's what people expect from you all the time. Just look at Rory McIlroy. For 10 years. 10 years. He had the pressure of, oh, go and win the Masters, go and get the Grand Slam.
59.
No wonder he was so emotional back in April.
Rumour has it there's still tears streaming from his face now.
58.
Well, Johnson here
Darren McGuire,
to
88.
take us all the way to the last leg decider. Double 14. We're going all the
Game
way.
shot on the sixth leg, Darren Johnson.
All the way to a last leg decider.
Seventh and final leg, Ronan to through first. Game on.
just imagine if you're Ronan,
81.
you were 2-0 down, you've brought it back to 3-2 up. If you lose this game, you're thinking that you're cursed. Johnson is looking to equalise Teehan on 4 points.
100.
He will have a long gap between now and his next game. He plays Peter Wachiuri in game 9.
180.
As for Ronan, he's got a very short gap between now and playing Ivan Springbok Poulsen in their 4th game of the week in game
90.
7. You don't want to have that long gap if you're Darren without a victory. It's a long time to stew over defeat.
60.
And it looks like it's a game in the palm of the hands of Ronan McDonagh. He's going to have time. He's going to have space to see it through. 6
84.
starts and 180 to get the job done. A game which he trailed in by 2 legs to 0. One that he had led 3-2. But it looks like now he's eventually going to get the job done. Looking for another treble to leave tops after 12. That's
140.
exactly what he does. Textbook way to play a last leg on throw.
Absolutely. I always say as well, on a 180 like that,
60.
get the single 20
Ronan
with dart
McDonagh,
2.
40.
Don't get it with dart 3.
Getting shown the
2
match,
wins
Ronan
from
McDonagh.
2 for Ronan McDonagh, and he saved his best leg for last. A 14 darter in the decider to get the better. Darren Johnson by 4 legs to 3. There was a moment in the middle of the match where the lights quite literally went out on Darren Johnson. But for Ronan McDonagh, well, he is seeing the light at the end of the tunnel after the beginning of the week, which was a little bit up and down. 2 wins and 2 for him. Coming up after the break, Peter Wachiuri against Jonathan Platt. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lee. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Peter Wachiuri's just taken out Shanghai as he takes on Jonathan Platt in our 6th game, yet game 6 of our afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. If the truth be told, there's not really been too much to report as of yet. Ciaran Teehan and Ronan McDonagh, they're both 2 wins from 2 thus far, but nobody has really hit top gear. In fact, the highest average so far in this session is 83.83. So we're waiting for things just to spark into life a little bit here on this Thursday afternoon.
Game on.
But when Peter Wachiuri's on the stage, he always brightens up our day.
Is that your way of saying you're waiting for things to catch fire?
I'm waiting for the lightning of that blue touch paper.
100.
I'll tell you what is new. New tungsten for Peter Wachiuri. I think he's gone to exactly the same set, but an out of the wrapper set.
43.
Because earlier in the day, we were seeing the onyx-coated tungsten slightly chipped away. Here, brand spanking new darts. Ah, that new dart smell.
140.
Smells like tungsten.
Not quite as nice as new car smell. Best smell there is.
100.
You think the new car smell is the nicest smell?
It's up there. It's definitely up there. That and the smell of bacon. Oh, yes. Oh, there's
85.
nothing better than waking up on a Saturday morning, just that smell of bacon on the grill. Oh, take me back. That was Saturday mornings as a kid.
140.
Wake up about 9:30. Soccer AM's about to start. Bacon sandwiches. Oh, the nostalgia is off the chart.
Back when I was a kid, bacon were rationed.
100.
Only joking. Well, it was a rarity.
$95.
There is something quite
Feature car
aesthetically
76.
pleasing to see a brand new set of darts used on the stage. As in, they're getting their debut right here.
However, the miss of the big
36.
number is something
Jonathan
it seems
Yacar,
will happen to Pete Wachiuri
123.
regardless of the set that he picks up. And so Platt here has an opportunity to pitch this first leg against the throw if he can find the 1-2-3. Treble 18 for the bull. Not to be this time, and so Wachiuri will get 3 darts at double top
55.
to win leg
Feature car
1.
40.
He hit it in his practice darts. Why not now? Why
Game
not
show the first leg,
indeed?
Peter Wachiuri.
Still don't know how he does that.
Second leg, Jonathan to 3 first. Game on.
What I mean by that is his dart's going very flat. It's easy for him to stack on top. But whenever he misses tops
83.
high, he can still find a precise shot to hit it underneath. It's very flicky, isn't it, this style?
123.
It's not the kind of style you would coach. But based on what we saw from Hilton Klein from Botswana last year,
140.
this turning of the dart to a vertical position before throwing it like a knife seems to be a very, well, African way of throwing a dart.
83.
Well, I'm sure it's something that you will discuss in depth with Devon Peterson tomorrow. Yes, he'll be joining Paul Nicholson in the commentary box. I'll be having the day off before I join
24.
you two on Saturday night, which will include the draw for the Seniors Champion of Champions.
There's so much going on with the throw. Fingers
45.
engaged, fingers disengaged. The dart being twisted and turned and flicked. What you see from Platty here
94.
is very much just a back and through kind of motion. The difficulty with Platty's throw is that the elbow position changes. There's nothing wrong with that, though.
180. Jonathan Carr, 160.
That's more like it. Peter Wachiuri is finally starting to wake up.
Well, we said in
32.
the introduction
Peter
to this
Carr,
game that we are
70.
just waiting for somebody to go. Is Peter Wachiuri the man to do exactly that? Because the early signs have been very positive, and
50.
that would have been for a 15
Jonathan
darter.
Carr,
Now he's got to hope that
128.
Platt hasn't got a biggie in his locker. It's not for the first time that he's had a bit of a slip, is it?
Yeah, on that biggie, he's just a bit too small.
18. Peter Carr, 20.
Two fives.
10.
Opens the
Carr,
door, and Platt
110.
is chastising himself for only hitting a small number with his previous turn. Still on. But he's already
74.
losing ground
Peter Carr, 10.
after losing his first game by 4-2 against Ronan, who has since doubled up.
Getting shown
And
the
Peter
second
Wachiuri
leg,
doubles
Peter
up on double
Wachiuri.
5.
2-0, the Kenyan leads in this contest. It looks
So
like
like
a
Peter to throw
forlorn effort
first.
so
Game
far
on.
for David Platt. For Jonathan Platt, shall I say?
Well, either Jono is looking at the ceiling and thinking, do you know what? That
100.
pointing could do with a bit of work. Or he's looking for inspiration.
$100.
Yeah, his brother David has played at the World Championship and numerous World Series tournaments in Aussie colours.
95.
Who would play darts in England and then move to Australia and represent them? Oh, who would do such a thing?
98.
You tread carefully.
I was going to move on swiftly.
99.
I've had many a person ask me a question about that. It's very, very simple. Born in Newcastle, made in Melbourne.
43.
End of story. I actually don't know the circumstances as to why
125.
his brother moved to Western Australia, probably for work. That's what most people go to WA for. Got a great deal of mines over there. A lot of engineering projects.
180.
And a great deal of observatories too. There's a lot of land there. And open skies. This is an open opportunity. Wachiuri is looking at the sky on the board.
$42.
Doesn't
Jonathan
go.
Carr,
It may just
80.
be a dart, but there's an opportunity for Jonathan Platt here to reduce the gap back down to 2-1. What can you see of this? Shuffles across to the right.
60.
Drops low.
Peter
And
Carr,
Wachiuri
40.
hoping now to extend his cushion furthermore. Beginning to miss in clumps,
Each
but
on
he
the
doesn't
third
miss
leg,
that
Peter
one.
Wachiuri.
And Wachiuri is 3-0 to the goods. He lost his first
Fourth leg,
game 4-0.
Jonathan
He
to
could be on the
first.
cusp of
Game
winning
on.
his second by that particular margin.
$59.
Have you ever seen the movie When Nature Calls, Ace Ventura 2?
I've seen the first one, not the second one.
Second one's
81.
got its own little idiosyncrasies. But actually, there is a tribe in the second Ace Ventura movie called the Wachiuri. Similar name to Wachiuri, isn't it?
85.
And it's that movie as to why myself and Raymond van Bonneville get on so well. And whenever we see each other, we don't say hello, we don't say how are you, we say Bumblebee Tuna.
Cool story, bro.
Anybody got any lotion for that burn? It's very different when you're talking about cars and Finding Nemo.
It's going to be a long day today, isn't it?
I don't think Platty's going to find much in this game. He's just not getting a hold of this. But the one thing that we have seen from Peter is a definitive lifting standard. He's had 11 darts at double. He's hit 3. His percentage is not great. But he's had 10 more darts at double than his opponent, and he's still averaging 86. We said
94.
A couple of games ago that if you can do this, this could take you far today.
Well, if he took that out, it may well have been one of the greatest 138 finishes we've ever seen.
84. He's
left himself on the cusp of winning this match. And he's going to get a couple of darts. Well, at least he should get a couple of darts at double top anyway upon his return
87.
to complete a comprehensive 4-0 win. He lost his first game by this scoreline. Is he going to cancel that out here? Well, he's missed a big number. He's only going to get 1.
How many times has he missed a big number? He's seeing the brighter side of it now. He's still got a chance to win by 4-0, but he's only got 1 dart for it.
But 1 dart was all he needs. Now, Peter Wachiuri, following a 4-0 defeat in his first game, has followed up with a 4-0 win, as you were, for the Kenyan King. He gets the better of Jonathan Platt to 0, and this is how he did it. Best performance of the day so far, average just under 85, 4 for 12 in terms of his finishing. Just had too much for his opponent in the end. Even Poulsen and Ronan McDonagh is gained 7 after the break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. This is what we've seen so far in this Group C session. So far, so good for Ciaran, Teehan and Ronan McDonagh, both winning their opening 2 matches of their campaign. They find themselves on 4 points. Darren Johnson and Peter Wachiuri, the other 2 winners so far. So that's what we've seen so far, and just confirmation there. Well, that's how Group A finished yesterday. As you see, Ronan McDonagh, Peter Wachiuri and even Poulsen were the 3 players that came out of Group C. Neil Duff won it from Adam Gavlas in second position, and Adam Gavlas will probably feel that that was a group which passed him by because he was in front going into the final couple of rounds of fixtures, but Neil Duff pipping him to the post, winning a 4th Group A here at the Live Lounge in Poulsen. But back to the action here in Group C, and even Poulsen's having a good conversation with our referee, Paul Hinks. Now, I don't quite know what it's about, but it's an interesting conversation nonetheless.
No context. Ivan Springbok Poulsen. What could that mean? How big is this thing? What would it be? I caught this bigger fish. This is how big my pepper mill is. These are the size of my chances in this group.
First leg, Ivan to throw first.
Time will tell.
Game on.
Well, the thing is, he hasn't won a game yet, but somebody has won
43.
a Group C after losing their first 2 games, and that was a certain Richie Howson.
123.
The problem that Ivan has is that more people are starting to figure out today as the games go on. In our
99.
first 3 fixtures, we had 2 averages of over 80.
59.
In the corresponding 3 games, we had 4 averages over 80. That tells you
140.
that people are getting into gear, so he's going to have to find that gear pretty soon.
Well, the thing is, Evan's playing
60.
to type. And even though he's not been getting joy, and the problem is, as you say, everybody else is improving around him. So you can make an argument that the best chances he's had have eluded him, and particularly in the 2 games he's played so far, he's had opportunities to win, particularly the game
59.
against Ciaran Teehan, where he found himself free to up. Teehan rallied off a couple of legs at the end to win. Is he going to take the lead in this one? Yes, he is. 14 darter. We've seen glimpses of that this week. We see another one there. 1-0 Poulsen.
Second leg, Ronan to throw first. Game on.
Well, that's one of the best legs he's had all week. What's your favourite thing about
57.
Denmark, Henry?
Bacon.
Are you getting cravings? You keep talking about
57.
bacon.
You know where we're going for dinner.
Denmark?
I'm not sure we'll get there and back in
93.
time. Denmark's a country that I've been trying to go to for a couple of years, but just haven't had the chance to do so yet.
140.
It's an incredible country, full of incredible people. Some great dart players like Perskow,
140.
Jan Hoffman, and the new crop, of course. But there needs to be more.
42.
You can't constantly rely on the seniority of your dart players in a culture. You need a constant flow of new players coming through. Just look at Belgium. Look at the Netherlands. Look at how many people are coming through. Look at what they're doing. Follow that model and you might find more
98.
players.
Ronan 80.
Well, Sweden's beginning to get there. You've got the likes of Victor Tingström, Anton Östlund coming through. And the likes of Dean Moss have done a superb job out in that part of the world. And Dean's a good friend of ours here at the Super Series. As McDonagh levels up at 1 apiece. 15 darts off the back of the 14 of Poulsen.
Third leg, Ivan to throw first. Game
It's
on.
a developing area. But I suppose, if the truth be told, we don't quite know the rate of knots in which it truly is developing as of yet, Scandinavia.
131.
It sounds easy, doesn't it?
97.
Get into schools, open academies, get kids through the door, get them playing darts. But you've got to understand what you're competing against. You look at
84.
North America and what they're competing against. Little League Baseball, Pee Wee Football, kids
42.
playing soccer. it's difficult to compete. They can only do so much. So when it comes to Denmark, they're going to be competing
81.
against winter sports, football, and all sorts of other things as well that they're fantastic at from very young
96.
ages. It's very much a cultural change that is needed. And at the top level, you need to show these young people that it can be
42.
a great living, a great profession. And the reason why we've never really struggled to have Irish dart players coming through, because culturally, darts is part
58.
of the country. It has been for half century.
I also feel like out there, they need somebody to do something tangible for it to work. Look at
65.
the Netherlands with Raymond van Barneveld, for example. Say someone like an Andreas Harrison, a Victor Tingstrom, and look, you even mention Jeffrey de Graaf in these circles. If they go and do something seismic, it could have a massive knock-on effect.
Well, this is not rugby. If you have a knock-on, it's not a bad thing.
60. Ronan Carr, 68.
Double top for McDonagh.
Getting shot on the third leg, Ronan McDonagh.
Starting to figure out this doubling nonsense, isn't he? Because in his first
Fourth leg
game,
Ronan to
it was
third
4
first.
from
Game
16.
on.
That was back to Monday's form. Then he was 4 from 11. In his second game, just a little tidier. This is 2 from 2.
93.
Doesn't get any better than that. Well, it does, if you can go 3 from 3 or 4 from 4. But percentage-wise, it can't get any better.
140.
And he does have a winning record against
140.
Ivan Springbok Poulsen this week by 2 games to 1. Ivan won on Tuesday. Either side of that, it was a victory for the Irishman.
131.
Well, it just looks like McDonagh is beginning to flex his muscles a little bit.
140.
And maybe the story of Group C is kind of following the story of Group A in the respect of it took him a little while to get going, but once
40.
he figured it out, he looked
Ronan
very
Carr,
good. Is that
128.
just beginning to become the trait here for McDonagh?
I wonder if his nickname
92.
at school was Madge. Because that's what they call Madonna.
$121. Ronan Carr, 36.
I'm not going to call him that. He's bigger than me.
Getting shot on the
And he's
fourth
also
leg,
3-1
Ronan
up.
McDonagh.
That is 3 from 3.
Fifth
Doubles
leg
are
Ivan
easy,
to
aren't they,
first.
Ronan?
Game on.
With a name like Ronan, if he was in a boy band, you'd call it Dart Life
100.
or Dart Zone.
Well, there was a point where he was looking for that something. And now he really is flying without wings, isn't he? It's been a bit of a roller coaster this week for him.
60.
Got any more?
He's had to ride it.
60.
But it looks like now he's in a very, very good place with things.
42.
Wouldn't you be at 3 from 3 on your doubles? And a 3-1 lead? And he's averaging 95. This is by far and away the best performance of the day so far.
97.
And he's starting to make those odds at the start of the day very, very accurate.
We always felt
81.
if
Ronan
McDonagh
Carr
could
would
play
have
to
been
type,
64.
then he is going to be the man to be. He's beginning to show that quality, beginning to show that class.
139.
And he was so far in front of the leg, he decided to go for the bull anyway.
Based on how he's played, I am not shocked to see him go for the bull for a 4 out of 4.
83.
Well, he's a
Ronan
confidence
Carr,
player, isn't he?
25.
And he's feeling confident right now, so he'll go for anything in sight. Well,
Getting shown
that
the
was
match,
a really
Ronan
good
McDonagh.
performance for Ronan McDonagh. Best performance of the day so far. Average of 96.04. The doubling much improved as well. 4 from 5. And he is on to 6 points. And he is looking very good indeed, isn't he? That's a dismantling of Ivan Poulsen. 4-1 the scoreline. And even Paul Hinks, the referee, has got a bit of a smile on his face. Well, let's have a look at the statistics on that particular contest then. McDonagh running out a 4-1 winner, an average in excess of 96. 4 from 5 in terms of his finishing, and it looks like now he really is beginning to come up to the boil. Coming up after the break, Ciaran Teehan takes on Jonathan Platt. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Ronan McDonagh made it 3 wins out of 3. And the best performance of the day so far, a 4-1 win against even springboard Poulsen. Average of 96.04, 4 from 5 when it came to his finishing. And now we've reached the midway point of the afternoon session, and it is a meeting between Ciaran Teehan and Jonathan Platt that's going to take us to that halfway point.
Ciaran to throw first.
Ciaran looking to join Ronan on 6 points in the group.
Game
3
on.
wins and 3 up against Jonathan Platt, who's still searching for that first win of his second appearance here at the Live Lounge here at the Modus Super Series.
57.
Yeah, so far, Platt averaging 72 and 79. He has found a little bit more in that second game, but he's
81.
probably going to have to find another 5% here. Mr. Consistent today has been Teehan. About 82 for the day.
58.
But based on what we've seen from multiple players now, it feels like they're getting the hang of this on Thursday. So I wouldn't be surprised if Teehan finds another level
58.
over the next 4 to 7 legs.
Well, he is a player, Ciaran, that you say and expect can go through the gears, particularly in a session like this, which has been drawn out for the first few games. But as you say, signs that people are just beginning to play their way into form. And I suppose you look at the three players coming in. Don't know too much about what Jonathan Platt's been doing. Obviously, won a vault to get here, so he's been playing stuff locally. Ciaran's been basing a lot of his stuff back in Ireland. Darren Johnson said that he's basically playing a little bit of WDF, but playing a lot of vaults. So there was a lot of unknowns with the three players that were coming into this particular group.
We've got back-to-back 180s. That's one thing we do know.
58. Get in the car, 106.
You notice what Jono's got in his stems, by the way. It's the name of a football team.
70. Get in the car, 124.
Hi-ho.
He wants a 1-2-4, but he has missed that single by at
84.
least an inch.
Get in the car, 36.
That has happened to too many players too many times this week. And Teehan now looking at double 18 to take the first leg.
18.
Unable to get, and so Platt has a chance to get the break.
That was untidy from Ciaran. You will not be pleased with that at all. That's two bad darts.
20.
Make that 3
Get in the car, 18.
in that visit. Even the single was off centre. You do get the feeling that Platt is struggling in these conditions. That's a great find from Teehan. He's mopping up here today.
Second leg, Jonathan to throw first. Game on.
Well, he's mopping up whilst Jonathan's mopping his brow. Very much on brand with the Aston Villa towel as well.
Yeah, I don't mind that. You got to represent your colours, right? Reece Colley does that. He did it last week. Can't say that I'm a fan of Aston Villa. Newcastle and Aston Villa don't get along. But I admire people who represent their colours when they play their sport.
Yeah, you got them on the opening day, haven't you, of the Premier League? 12:30 kickoff, isn't it, on the Saturday?
45.
May as well get cracking.
Perfect preparation for Champions Night. The opening weekend of the Premier League season, and then on the Saturday evening, 85. Forget about Wolves against Manchester City. You don't want to watch that. You want to watch this.
We will be. Someone's going to have a very good day. And a very good night.
125. 60.
I wonder who Ciaran supports and in what. Because Ireland is a very different climate when it comes to supporting teams. He might be into hurling or Gaelic football, rugby, football. He might be into none of that. He might just be a darts guy. And based on that visit, you can't argue with what he's done.
Platt looking at 130 to level up. Well, he's taken a bit of a gamble with Teehan on a finish, but that gamble's paid off. He's found the double top, and we level up at one apiece.
It's a slightly weird ending to that leg, wasn't it?
Game on.
Weird and wonderful.
I'm sure Ciaran Teehan will see it that way, but for Jonathan Platt,
71.
he gets himself back on terms.
Have you ever seen a game of hurling, Henry?
Do you know what? I went to Dublin last June, and
76.
On the TV in one of the pubs that I went to, it had it on. And I tell you what, the atmosphere was Sunday afternoon, about 4 o'clock. Honestly, the place was jumping and heaving.
Yeah, one of my bucket list things is to go to the All-Ireland final. Do you want to know what I would do with some Premier League footballers as well? I'd get them to play hurling for the day and say, are you really going to dive now? You look at these hardened Irish lads who, quite frankly, have got day jobs, and they go out and do that spectacular stuff and you've got the audacity to say, "Oh, my ankle, it hurts." No one was near me, but it hurts.
100.
You ever seen that video of Roy Keane do hurling? There's a video of him, Gary Neville, and Jamie Carragher doing it on one of their podcasts.
It's hard.
58.
I've seen golfers try to hurl, and they can't. It's an incredible skill they've got doing that. It's not just thrusting the ball 70, 80 yards sometimes. It's the control of the ball on the hurl.
145.
Some of the injuries you get in that sport, it's not for the faint-hearted, let's put it that way. This finish isn't for the faint-hearted. But Teehan can't find the 145.
I've seen people finish hurling matches with broken teeth.
But anything but a toothless performance.
44.
Teehan looking at double 18 again. Been a bit of a love-hate relationship, this double, but he finds it that time, and he's 2-1.
I
can imagine him good at hurling, actually. Tall, rangy. I bet he could whack a ball with that hurl a long way. You'd also like him in your line-out.
140.
I think Jimmy Van Skee's tall. Well, Teehan's not far behind him.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be stood between the two of them interviewing the pair, put it that way. Of course, Conor Heenan does play Gaelic football, was successful actually as a youth player, picked up a couple of
45.
trophies back in County Mayo.
Yeah, great game. Very similar to Aussie rules football, just a different shaped ball.
I think he does. I don't know if he still plays or not.
60.
But it was very successful as a youth. He was a very sporty lad, was Conor, before taking up the darts. But Ciaran Teehan here, he's playing okay.
40.
Again, it's in this range again, isn't it? It's around 83.
But he's just got this look of a man who knows he's not playing the absolute peak and pomp of his performance, but he's just doing a business-like job.
171.
I love seeing that. That's great use of the board from Teehan. You can talk about your 6-star conversions, but if you can take 3, 4, 1
96. Kirinaka 170.
in 6, bravo.
Not that there was a need to, but what Ciaran has put himself in is a very
96.
good position in this match. He's threatening the break. He's going to come back for 74, and if he does break here, he's 3-1 up and has the darts to get the job done.
83.
Platt is
Kirinaka
losing
74.
touch here. He's got to grasp something soon.
Well, Jonathan's beginning to plateau, isn't he? And Teehan can take full advantage by pinning
shot on the
double
fourth
top and
leg,
pinning it
Ciaran.
ruthlessly.
This is just a little bit better than what we
Just
previously
like Ciaran
stated.
to two first. Game on.
Teehan very much following suit with the people at the top of the group. McDonagh's got 6. Teehan could have 6 in as little as 2 minutes'
95.
time. This group is feeling very much like the 2019 World Masters. It's becoming a domination job from the Irish boys.
And that could really be the case of Champions Week, couldn't it? Obviously, John
95.
O'Shea's there, Shane McGurk's there. As a matter of fact, you look at the lineup so far for Champions Week in
42.
Series 11. You've got 2 English players in Scott Taylor and Andy Hamilton, 2 players in the Republic of Ireland, John O'Shea and Shane McGurk, and Jeff Smith is holding the hopes of North America together, the Canadian.
180.
Platt's still got hopes in this game, but they are fleeting at best. He was trying to do it again, wasn't he?
80.
The last time we had a maximum from Platt, it was backed up by Teehan. This is better.
140.
He's starting to prove why he's here. It's not too late. But when you're in his position at this middle point of Thursday,
85.
it puts more emphasis on him
I don't
beating the
think I
people ahead of
86.
him, not below him.
Well, 6 starts from here to get the break back and to reduce the deficit to 3-2.
54.
To leave himself tops after, double 16 after just 12 darts. Really good leg this from Jonathan.
He's not afraid to go for cover, is he? If he'd found 3 treble 19s again, it would have left a double.
32.
A favourable one.
However, this is awkward, and if he doesn't find, Teehan's back
Game
for
shot
the
on
match,
fifth
but
leg,
he's
Jonathan
managed to
Platt.
find a way over the top and get that break back.
6 leg Jonathan to throw first. Game on.
Has he thrown a better dart than that all day? Because I can't think of it. He's missed singles. He's missed sections by some distance.
85.
But over the last 2 and a bit legs, things are improving.
It just gets to the point where a couple of alarm bells will just begin to ring in the back of the mind of Ciaran Teehan here. But is that just giving him the G-up that he needed to cross the line? Knowing that his opponent is just beginning to proverbially tap him on the shoulder.
With a ladder. Who's the tallest person we've had? Is it Cordecker?
Was he 6'10"?
Who's the smallest? McGuire?
100.
I'd say so. They played one another once, didn't they?
Yeah, that was a bit of a challenge in trying to get the right shot for the audience.
Yeah, I felt sorry for the poor camera op that day because you could not get that game wrong.
140.
This is special from Teehan.
135.
He's not going to chastise himself for that treble 5. That's a great position after 9 darts thrown. Fair play to Platt. He's putting him under pressure.
140. Ciaran 86.
Well, this is beginning to get a sense of must go for Ciaran Teehan, and all of a sudden, Jonathan Platt's the better player. He's leaving himself handy after 4 visits to the board. It's the bullseye to win it. Bullseye brilliantly found from Ciaran Teehan, and that's a hat-trick of wins for the Irishman. And look at the beaming smile on the face. That was much more like it. At times it was a little bit laboured, but once he got himself stuck into things, he looked imperious at times. A 12-darter to finish it off. And Ciaran Teehan will join Ronan McDonagh on 6 points at the top of the group, averaging in excess of 90, 50% on the doubles. Really good display from the Irishman. After the break, Darren Johnson and Peter Wachiuri.
like an arrow, we will soar through the air. I'll take you with me from this place of despair.
Well, I bet you didn't expect that bombshell on the Thursday afternoon, did you? Bo Greaves will be back at the Super Series. She'll be competing in Series 11, and the last time she was here, she went for a qualifying week without dropping a game. We're going to see her in due course in the second half of the series after our mini break for Women's Week, and I think everybody is looking forward to seeing her return to this particular building. So we can exclusively announce that Bo Greaves will be coming back to the Modus Super Series.
Through first.
And
Game on.
let's be honest, that if she gets through the Champions Week, you probably make her favourite to win that. You definitely make her favourite to win her week, whenever that is.
Yeah, she's got new equipment, a new manufacturing deal.
121.
She's just won 4 straight women's tour events in the same weekend. Everything seems to be going peachy for Bo Greaves.
66.
And things are going pretty well for Teehan and McDonagh today. The other 4 players have got to get a move on.
97.
If Johnson can beat Wachiuri, he'll go to 4 points. But if it's the other way around, the Kenyan will have 4 points. And after 3 rounds of play, he'll be in a pretty good spot.
But you get the sense from the pair that even though they're on 2 points, there is a feeling of must-win about it because Teehan and McDonagh are just beginning to push away a little bit. Now, they do meet in the game after this, the
56.
first match of the 4th round of fixtures. One of them will move on to 8, one will be kept on to 6 points. And then as the day draws to a close, Wachiuri takes on McDonagh in his last game, and Darren Johnson will take on Ciaran Teehan in match number 14 of the session.
85.
And so for this pair, it's all about keeping as close to the order of the top 2 as physically possible. And who knows what could be yielded come the end of the day.
95.
Johnson leads himself on a finish. The champagne shot after 12.
Which has been taken out this week by Champagne Charlie Manby.
82.
We're going to get some fireworks from those lads tonight. I can just feel it.
Yeah, something special's brewing about that group tonight. And we're seeing evidence here that this Group C is just beginning to kick into gear after what was
92.
a sluggish start to the session. Johnson leads himself on tops to take the opening leg of this particular encounter.
24.
Wachiuri
Daniel Carr, 40.
getting off to a bit of a slow one here.
In every likelihood, DJ
DJ
will be back.
161.
He's not going to take it. So how many darts will it take for DJ to establish a 1-0 advantage?
119. Daniel Carr, 20.
That was an interesting play. Did Peter Wachiuri just miscount? Because he hit treble 14 from 84. He has taken a 1-0 lead here, but he's had me in absolute knots there.
Must have thought he had 82 left. Must have thought he had 82 left there. Wachiuri one up. Also up, it ends well in the end for the Kenyan.
He's obviously got talent. We've seen him average 105 plus this week. That was a personal best.
123.
I think his job is now to figure out how to be more consistent. He can average anything from about 75 to 105.
123.
As can we all when we're playing good darts. But the thing is, if you're going to be successful, that range has got to be higher from the low end.
100.
I'm not saying that your range has got to be 15 points. Because if you're Charlie Manby, for instance, you can average 130.
96.
He's done it. I'm not saying he has to be between 115 and 130 all the time. What you got to do is you got to push that lower end of the scale. You want your bad game
85.
to be 85 at this level. If you're on the Pro Tour, your bad game, you want it to be 93.
25.
And if that's the case, you're more likely to embellish on your A standard being 110 plus.
Just has a double check, see whether the second dart was in. It's not. 8 to
99.
score, which is why he runs for cover of the last. Leaves himself on 94 when he returns. To open up a 2-0 lead in this contest. And a matter of fact,
100.
both of
Peter
Peter
Khan,
Wachiuri's games so far today have only lasted 4 legs. Lost his first one 4-0 to Ciaran Teehan before winning his second 4-0 against Jonathan Platt. And he's
He's on the
2-0
second
to the
leg,
good
Peter
here,
Wachiuri.
courtesy of that 94 check out and a 14 dart leg.
Third leg Darren to throw first. Game on.
This has looked really good so far. Aside from the miscount.
It's looked dependable. It's looked reliable.
96.
It's only an 86 average. But there's been no fuss. No faffage, as Ray Mardle would say.
Yeah, faffage with a capital P.
60.
Could be a German word. Do you know the word for horse in German?
No.
Pferd. P-F-E-R-D. So it could be faffage with a capital P.
You do learn something new every single day, don't you?
59.
Is that like when you go on Duolingo and the first thing you learn is, my boat was made of sandwiches or something like that?
That's my kind
59.
of boat.
Nah, I'm more of a gravy boat kind of guy. I can imagine Darren Johnson's a bit of a gravy boat kind of guy. Some pie and mash with a bit of gravy.
Got no gravy.
81.
Want to come on? It's the classic Peter Kay sketch, isn't it? When you're talking through the window at the chip shop.
97.
Best man at my wedding, Tony Birtwistle, he just absolutely creases every time he hears that sentence. Got no gravy. It's cultural, isn't it? It's very much
85.
English, if
Darren
not
Yattar,
Northern English.
149.
That kind of thing will be lost on most people around the world. That's what comedy is. It's cultural. And it's like going for certain routes in darts.
95.
They are also cultural. It's what you get used to with the people around you when you're growing up and getting better at the sport. Down under in Australia and New Zealand, they use
43.
2 trebles for another double.
Darren Yattar,
More than
54.
anywhere on earth.
To get on the board.
Getting shot the third leg.
Well,
Darren
eventually he
Johnson.
gets there. 7th dart a double, but Darren Johnson reduces the gap to 2-1.
Fourth leg
Only
Peter
problem
to
is
throw
he's already been
first.
broken in this
Game on.
contest.
Why does he not call himself Dynamite anymore? Is it because Keen Barry does?
Possibly. I've got to be honest, I've not had the
140.
conversation with Darren about that. Could see King Barry here next year, potentially, the way things are going.
He'll be right. Keen will be on the tour.
180.
Don't get me wrong, I'd love to see him here. But at the same time, I don't want to see him here. I want to see 180s like that, though. And yet again, somebody takes a 2-0 lead,
46.
and they could lose it. Who is the most famous DJ in the world at the minute? Is it David Guetta? Or Armin van
99.
Buren?
Probably David Guetta, probably at this present moment in time. Wasn't Pete Tong a famous DJ?
Still is. He's going to be in Portsmouth soon.
Is he?
99.
You know you've made it when a statement with your name in it is ubiquitous wherever you go. When it's all gone Pete Tong, things have gone wrong.
85.
Radio 1, wasn't he?
Yeah. Friday nights after Judge Jules. They were the days.
And then if you put Radio 2 on a
125.
Sunday, it'd be
Down
Steve
car,
Wright's Love
137.
Songs.
You and I are from different backgrounds. We all know what this means.
117.
Well, that could have been
Peter car
2-2
91.
with an absolute worldie of a finish from DJ. He's had a 94 in 2. He's not going to have a 91 in 3. To the ecstasy of Johnson.
51.
Ideally wants to
Down car
equalise.
20.
2 10s for 2 apiece. And if he doesn't get Wachiuri's handily poised to
No
open
score.
up a 2-leg
Peter
gap
car
again. And that's
40.
exactly the opportunity he's going to get. Double top for 3-1. And it'll put into Vinalega back-to-back wins.
Plenty of room. Oh, that's
20.
a big opportunity missed.
Down car 20.
In the words of Ali McCoist, it really is. Double 5.
15. Peter car 20.
And this is not doing Darren's confidence on the doubles any good at all.
And in the words of Ali McCoist's commentary part of the Dan Fletch, you can really feel the tension out there.
$10. Down car 5.
If you've missed a few doubles, that makes 5 checkout even harder. Look at the discomfort.
Game
But he
shown the
still
fourth leg,
finds a
Darren
way
Johnson.
through. It is 2-2 eventually.
Fifth leg Darren to through first. Game on.
Well, the winner of this one will move on to 4 points in the group, a couple off the leading 2.
60.
Who go head-to-head in our next game. Ronan McDonagh and Ciaran Teehan, who are both beginning to raise the standard in this Group C on this Thursday afternoon. Certainly becoming the pacemakers.
83.
You can see that Darren just launches his upper body at the throw
125.
and lifts a little bit as each dart is thrown. There's a great deal of movement in the hand for both players. Earlier on today, we looked at the hand of Peter Wachiuri.
60.
All of the flicking and twisting going on, but there's a bit of that with DJ as well. Look at the flight. Look how much movement there is. It's very up and down.
96.
It's always been that way with DJ. He's never had an uncomplicated throw.
Just does things simply and does it effectively. That's just the story of Darren Johnson.
125.
And now he's got an opportunity where he was 2-0 down, but you'd say he's the front runner to lead this match 3-2 from this point. The front runner to win this contest perhaps from this point.
140.
And that 140 leads himself on a 2-darter after 12 with Wachiuri unable to do anything about it apart from piling a couple of trebles and pile on a bit of pressure.
100. Down car 80.
So 1 dart at tops, it should be at the end of the combination. He's going to get the bonus of 2 in hand, a double 10.
Game shown
Well,
the
that's a
fifth leg,
clinical
Darren
kill, and
Johnson.
that's the best leg of the game so far. Well, at least joint best leg of the game so far. 14 darter, and from
Sixth
2-0
leg, Peter
behind,
to throw first.
Darren Johnson
Game on.
leads this game 3-2.
It's amazing what can change in as little as 1 leg of darts. It takes him multiple visits to take care of the previous leg,
60.
and then he gets 1 chance in leg 5 and takes it with the first dart. That's why this game is so crazy,
57.
because it can tie you in knots in your own brain. You think it's so simple. Throwing darts from 7'9" and a quarter inch. All you got to do is hit that little red bit and a few of those things on the outside.
85.
It's a bit more complicated than that.
If only it was so simple.
Nothing in life is simple.
60.
That's why people burn toast.
I take it you've seen Owen Binks use a toaster then.
100.
Yes, one of our referees here. He's never going to grace MasterChef. Unless
81.
it's something to do with how to open a can of energy drink. And funnily enough, that leads me to a very
78.
important point. I'm not demeaning any brands out there, but the thing is, those kind of drinks are not conducive for good playing darts. Because they get
82.
the adrenaline level very fluctuating when you need to be calm. Even the biggest coffee drinkers in this sport, they don't drink coffee when they play because they want to be calm. They don't want to be
42.
edgy. The best thing for you to have in these kind of conditions is H2O.
100.
Still
Peter
water,
Carr, 136.
nothing better.
Wachiuri's not going to take out the 136 to take us all the way. Johnson would turn for 1-2-1
43.
to
Darren Carr, 121.
pick up 2 points, which would see him on the coattails of the top two. There's a glance over at the scoreboard. Sees Wachiuri in a 2-darter. We'll look at the ball.
96.
He wasn't too far away
Peter
from the
Carr,
bullseye.
93.
And so Wachiuri had to take this, otherwise you feel like this game is over for him.
It might not be over yet.
Game shown the
It's
6th.
another
Peter
2-dart
Wachiuri.
kill from Wachiuri, and we go the distance. Johnson is playing to type in this game. It's
7th final
82 the
exam
average.
to do
That's
first.
what he's
Game
doing
on.
today. As for Wachiuri, this is a gutsy average of just under 80.
56.
His doubles at 30%. It could be better than that, let's face it. He's missed a few opportunities. And if he loses this match, it will be because of leg 4.
135.
Well, for those of you that have backed the overs market in terms of legs today, well, you're certainly getting your change for it, aren't you? 18 plus, gambleaware.org. If you're having a flutter on the Super
140.
Series today, never know, could be lucky. Could back a winner here and back a winner at Ascot. Gold Cup Day today. Everyone will be in their tops and tails for that.
I can't think of a worse time of year to wear a suit and
60.
a tie.
Do love an occasion to dress up and scrub up. Have you ever been to Ascot?
58.
Driven past it.
Oh, it's an amazing race course. Amazing day out.
I prefer Flemington in November, just outside of Melbourne, for Melbourne Cup Day, which is a Victorian
96.
statewide holiday. That's a proper day. You think the Grand National shuts this country down? Melbourne Cup shuts
56.
the entire state down. Nobody wants to work. Everybody wants to watch that one race. Everybody has barbecues. It's an unbelievable day.
60.
I wonder if they've got any race courses in Kenya. I don't know much about the GGs in Africa. If they've got any big races down there.
95. Peter Carr, 150.
Wachiuri here looking at 150 to win it. If not, Johnson will come back for 96. Wachiuri's shown a little bit of resolve to get back into this game, but depending on what he does with his last dart here, may well see his
60.
chances go by the
Daniel
by.
Carr,
It's
96.
okay. But Johnson looks at 96 to get the job done. Perfectly laid for a treble, which you cannot find.
Well, Wachiuri has
54. Peter Carr, 90.
found a couple of humdinger bang, bang finishes. He'd love another one.
Well, he gambled, stayed away from the balls, so went treble 18
Finish on
and
the
finds a
match,
double
Peter
18,
Wachiuri.
perfectly executed in the end. And for Darren Johnson, he looks on and wonders how he's lost that game because he had a vice-like grip of it. Wachiuri led 2-0, then trailed 3-2, and then manages to win in a last leg decider. Coming up after the break, it's the top two going head-to-head as Ronan McDonagh takes on Ciaran Teehan.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
McGuire,
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
McGuire,
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
McGuire,
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia McGuire,
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia McGuire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've completed 9 matches in this Group C, and so far, Ronan McDonagh and Ciaran Teehan are both 3 wins out of 3. Peter Wachiuri's keeping closest pace, having got the better of Darren Johnson by 4 legs to 3 before the break. This is how the table looks then. As you can see, Teehan and McDonagh both on 6, Wachiuri on 4, Johnson, Poulsen and Platt bringing up the rear of proceedings. And it is the top 2 that go toe-to-toe in our 10th game of the session as Ciaran Teehan takes on Ronan McDonagh. The winner will move on to 8 points in the table and will have the opportunity to complete the cards. And if they do that, they will see themselves in a very fortuitous position going into Friday's action. Now, these two will know each other very well from their exploits back home. And I can tell you throughout the course of the advertisement break that we've just had, the players were on stage warming up and they were having a very civilized conversation. In fact, these two are actually spending a little bit of time warming up with one another before the session got underway. So very much enjoying one another's company, but their friendship will turn into rivalry for the next 10, 15 minutes or so. And it's a huge fixture, biggest game of the day so far. The winner of it, we move on to 8 points. The winner of it will have a vice-like grip of the group, Paul Nicholson.
I'm starting this game with a massive heave of disappointment, because if you are a regular viewer of the Modus Super Series over the last couple of years, you may have seen Victor Tingström and Anton Östlund when they played each other, both from Sweden, of course. They would guarantee us a different type of beginning to the game. Different handshakes, different hugs, different all sorts. And at the start of this one, McDonagh and Teehan just kept it normal. They could have done something like an Irish jig or something. I'd pay to see that.
I think if we learn one thing about Ciaran Teehan, is he's not one for flash or anything like that. He's just a get on and get on with it kind of guy. As for Ronan, I feel like today has been very business-like from him. He's just got on with the job.
41.
Has it been the first couple of games the best that we've seen from him? But last time he really did turn it on, didn't he? 96 average and a 4-1 win against Poulsen, 4 from 5 on his doubles. And I think we both thought following that game, he's here and he's beginning to go through the gears.
58.
How many gears has he got left today? This is the point of the day, that if you are undefeated, like these two gentlemen are, don't relent.
85.
Keep pushing. You don't know just how valuable it could be to get those extra 4 points.
57.
By this time tomorrow, you could be through already, or you might be drawn into a bit of a battle.
59.
Well, McDonagh first to a finish. Teehan needs 2 trebles to do something likewise, particularly now.
135. Ronan 124.
Not much to go. But he has decided to go for the bull.
99. Get on your car, 138.
That was the section of the board that gave Teehan his previous win. Hit the bull for an 86 checkout. But he's not going to find his way to the outer ring here.
He's been good on his 19 today, Teehan, but he needed a couple of them to leave double 12. So McDonagh back for 25 to take the opening leg. 2 8s. Double 4.
Getting show the first leg, Ronan McDonagh.
Well, if the primary double doesn't work out, the secondary double did. And McDonagh is on
Second
the
leg, Ciaran
board.
through first. Game on.
Well, these two know each other's games inside out. They'll be comfortable with playing one another. But is there also a fear that they could be a little bit too comfortable playing each other?
I don't think so. I think, if anything, they're going to be more uncomfortable. They've never played each other here before. So I can say from experience that when you play someone that you know quite well, or even very well, in a competitive environment like this, at first it seems a bit weird.
84.
But it's something that you get used to over time.
87.
I can say that because when
137.
I moved to Australia over 20 years ago, I went down my own path. By the time I actually played PDC darts in the middle of 2008, the first
95.
person I ever played in a Players' Championship event was someone that I actually grew up playing darts against when I was 18 to 24. And my initial thought was, I've come all the way around the world just to play you.
140.
It was just strange.
158.
It's funny how life works out in those sorts of circles, doesn't it? Teehan can't find the 158. What could McDonagh make at the 133 to double his lead to 2-0? Well, he's gone for treble 13 with dart 2. Didn't
93.
find it with his second
Ciaran
dart.
100.
Well, that was different. Treble 13 would have left double 17.
Game
That
shot
leaves
second leg,
nothing.
Ciaran Teehan.
And that's his second 100 check out of the day. 2 different ways.
Third leg Ronan to through first.
That's
Game
like
on.
Ciaran Teehan just rocked up to the restaurant and said, actually, give me the menu. I want 100, 2 different ways.
134.
Extra mint sauce.
It's like how I had my carbonaras, one with pepper, one without pepper.
It's not a carbonara if you don't have black pepper.
135.
And if there's cream in it, there's not a carbonara. We've had this discussion, Deacon.
Is it that or the lasagna
100.
tonight? I don't quite know.
It's very simple. A carbonara is guanciale, it is parmesan, it's eggs, it's black pepper, it's pasta, and pasta water.
140.
Bit of parmesan or pecorino. That's it. No cream. End of story. And back to the game.
97.
Tomato, let's call the whole thing off. As McDonagh looks at 170.
That's enough about his shirt. Oh, thank you very much. That's the colour it is. It's the colour of this treble. Now, he doesn't like the lie. Look at how much point is left showing there. Switching is the right thing to do.
123. Ronan
He's had a couple of darts
170.
today that have bounced off the flights. What he did there was very, very, very smart.
56. Ciaran 103.
So Teehan here looking at 103 for the break and to establish an air of authority in this contest. Going to find the treble 16 with the second dart, and so McDonagh's going to get a look
42.
at the 114
Ronan
to hold on
114.
to his throw.
Well, this is one of the most famous shots of the last couple of weeks, isn't it? 114 was won. Well, it was hit to win a tournament in Finland.
Game shot
But it
of
wasn't
third
done
leg,
that way.
Ronan McDonagh.
It was hit on double 3.
Fourth
Paul
leg Ciaran
opposite
to
a double
first.
3
Game on.
has given McDonagh a 2-1 lead.
2 ton plus checkouts in the game. 2-1 McDonagh finds himself in front.
$48.
Yeah, 114 was hit. I think it was it the Finnish Open?
Yes, it
Janus
was.
Barkhausen, was it?
100.
57. Treble 17, double 3. Great shot.
And that finish,
43.
to pardon the pun, takes him a step closer towards the lakeside in December.
$81.
Of course, we'll have our own Finnish star here next week. Kirsi Vinnakainen will be looking for a second title at Women's Week.
100.
We're looking for someone to win a Women's Week for the second time. 3 weeks, 3 winners.
Well, she's the only former champion in the field because there's no Lisa Ashton,
95.
no Viano Sullivan.
It's quite bizarre that from the Women's Weeks that we've had 3 different winners.
Same goes with the double start
82.
tournament. 3 different winners. Neil Duff, Robert Thornton, Andreas Harrison completing the set. The first ever player to win the Super Series Triple
57.
Crown.
Don't get me started, Deacon. There isn't a Triple Crown in darts, and you know it.
Just ask the newspapers.
What do they know?
135.
Oh, it was Jannis Bremerman. It wasn't Jannis Barkhausen. I do apologise. I wanted to get that right.
40.
That was in Van
Ciaran
Tarn, Finland at the
93.
weekend. Jannis Bremerman beating the Sweet Ferret in the final with that 1-1-4. I do beg your pardon.
Well, Teehan here looking at 93 to level this game up at 2 apiece. Double 18 and now double 9. Doesn't really want to go for it, but he knows McDonagh's on a makeable finish.
75. Ronan 128.
That was a little too safe, Ciaran. that really stood a chance. Just a little bit under
88.
what he was looking for.
Can
Now
look at
Teehan
18.
can't be defensive with 18 left.
Decided to split. 6 for double 6. Well, he's let a big opportunity
Ronan
to level
McGuire,
this game
40.
slip, and now Ronan McDonagh has a chance to really have the game exactly where he wants it. Finds his tops, he finds himself 3-1 up. The double
Finish on
10
the fourth
goes,
leg, Ronan McDonagh.
and Ronan has the darts now to win a 4th leg, which would
Fifth leg,
yield a
Ronan to
4th
third
win,
first.
and would put him 4/5 of the way of completing the card and put himself in
on.
an ultra good position to progress out this Group C.
Definitely feels like he's starting to take control. By the way, what are they putting in the milk these days in Ireland? Look how tall these lads are. It's like
41.
Land of the Giants out there. You won't remember that show. I'm not even sure many of our production crew remember Land of the Giants.
57.
Well, considering the quiet hush that I've heard in my ear, I don't think anybody does.
Yeah, there weren't many
59.
lunchtime programs on a Sunday that you would have with your roast beef and Yorkshire puddings that you can't remember. The Waltons, Little House on the Prairie, Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, Captain Scarlet, Stingray, and,
134.
of course, Land of the Giants. They all had something in common. They were all terrible.
45.
See, we grew up with a generation of SpongeBob SquarePants.
Okay, I retract my statement. They were all right, actually.
100.
That's better than all right. It needs to be from here, otherwise Teehan's going to be teed off.
140. Ciaran 130.
Well, he's got time and he's got space. But he's had that time and space in the last couple of legs and he hasn't been able to take advantage of the opportunities that he's been afforded.
53.
It's not really cleaned it up the way he would have liked. May only get 1 dart at the end of this.
Yeah, feels like he's a little exposed here.
140.
That's
Ciaran
why.
77.
This is one of those, if I miss, I may lose moments.
57 for 20.
67. Ronan
Well, that's
McGuire,
another couple
76.
of misses. 1 from 7 in terms of his doubling in this game. And this game could be up. It could be over because McDonagh's looking at double 8. And this is for win number 4. And this is to take full control of the group. And he knows how important this dart is. He knows
Finish on
how
the match,
important
Ronan
that
McDonagh.
win is because it gives him control of this Group C. He beats his good pal and fellow compatriot Ciaran Teehan by 4 legs to 1, and it means that Ronan McDonagh now holds all the cards in this Group C. He'll take on Peter Wachiuri in game 13 of the session to see whether he can complete the card. As for Ciaran Teehan, work to do for him in his final game against Darren Johnson. But after the break, we've got Peter Wachiuri against even Springboard Poulsen. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. the new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! I don't switch sides, still the same, huh? Wonder
It's
for
Phil,
my name,
the
huh?
power.
Told you this is not a game, done playing, trying to live up to my name. Cuss them out, they said I changed, they just ain't keep up to pace.
Welcome back to
In
the
my
party
lane,
of
go
Portsmouth
time,
here
son,
at the
rain,
Modus
this was a
Live
game.
Lounge.
This is not a game. Started 15 big dreams, and I keep dreaming. Strategic, I'm not scheming. Put that
Yeah, plenty of events coming up here at the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. An audience of Phil Taylor. That's next Saturday. Then next Sunday, the Bet Goodwin Champion of Champions Seniors Darts will be heading to Pluto TV for the very first time. The draw for that event will take place during Saturday night's Super Series broadcast. Myself, Paul Nicholson and Devon Peterson will be drawing the balls out of the hat. And I hear on good authority, Nico, we might well be getting the velvet bag, because a draw is not a draw without a velvet bag.
I hope the velvet bag's nothing to do with the hairdryer that Alex Ferguson used to have.
First leg, Peter to through first. Game on.
Where'd you buy a velvet bag, apart from very high-end bag shops?
Probably get one on Amazon, next day delivery. Other places are available.
I don't want a
What do you
velvet
want?
bag. I want a translucent orb where I can put my hand in. You know, like they do?
I believe we've got something of a similar nature for it.
What, something in between a velvet bag and a
24.
translucent orb.
Well, the velvet bag then puts the balls into the bag.
Are we thinking about this too much?
100%.
Next on Velvet Bag Chat.
60.
This is the fourth meeting of the week of these two, and I can considerably confirm the fact that they have not
100.
thought about a velvet bag at all this week when playing each other. But Wachiuri has got a 2-1 lead against the Dane in their head-to-heads this week,
60.
with wins on Monday and Tuesday, but yesterday, ISP, as we'll call him, was trying to figure it out with a 4-3 win.
100.
And he's got to get moving. sometime soon. Otherwise, he's left himself way too much to do. Best possible score total at the end of the day is 4.
45.
That's if he beats Wachiuri and Jono Platt.
$100.
And this is what I was talking about earlier, Henry. If you're chasing, you want to be playing the people above you. The only person who is above Springbok Poulsen right now is Wachiuri.
58.
Keep him at 4 points. You might even be on 4 points with him by the end of the day. That's not a bad scenario.
59.
You can't do anything about McDonagh. You can't do anything about Ciaran Teehan either. He'll be hoping that other people can peg them back.
123. Having a car 118.
Poulsen looking at 118 to get Wachiuri's number in this opening leg. Down for double 19.
80.
Doesn't
Beat
go,
car
but he's
114.
given Wachiuri a bit of a warning shot.
Why does this number keep coming up? Tops.
Getting shoulder
That's
first
lovely.
leg, Wachiuri.
All of a sudden,
Second leg Ivan to
he's starting to
first.
figure out
Game
the
on.
finishing, isn't he? He's had 3 90-plus checkouts in his previous game, and he starts this one with a ton-plus checkout.
Just
85.
beginning to look a little bit more likely, isn't he, Peter Wachiuri?
I'll put it this way, with Ciaran Teehan being pegged back by McDonagh, if Peter wins this game, he's going to be on the same
95.
amount of points as Teehan. He is very much part of this fold.
$100.
Elsewhere, busy day on the Pro Tour in Leicester. We're heading towards the last 16. Wins for Kevin Duetz against Jitsi van der Waal, 6-1. James Way's beating Peter Wright in the last leg decider. Ricky Evans beating Gab
64.
Clemens 6-3. Jan van Veen 6-4 win over Florian Hempel. Ross Smith's beating Neil Zonneveld 6-4. Andrew Gilding's beating Gary Anderson by that scoreline. Damon Hedter beating Victor Tingström 6-3. Decent one for Victor there as Poulsen piles in a maximum.
Who's your pick to win today, then, on the Pro
27.
Tour of the people
Having a
that are
car
left?
136.
I'll tell you more about that in the next leg.
Feels like a Johnny Clayton kind of day, doesn't it?
Well, it would be, apart from the fact he's out.
Oh, well.
54.
That was my answer at the start of the day. I'm going to change that. I reckon it could be Daryl Gurney, you know.
That's not a bad shout. He beat Dominic Grulich
60.
by 6 legs to 3. As Poulsen looks at 82. Ball for double 16. 14
Being shown the
Dartmoor
second
Post.
leg,
Level
and
we
the
are.
Springbok
One apiece.
Third leg Peter to through first. Game on.
I think we'll just give those averages a bit more time to level out, because a small matter of 22 points between them at this stage, even though they are level on the score sheet.
83.
Surely it can't stay at a gap of 22 points.
Well, if it does, then Poulsen should run away as a comprehensive winner. Just to tell you the other scores from the last 32
60.
games. Daryl Gurney, as you mentioned, got the better of Dominic Grulich 6-3. William O'Connor, a 6-5 winner over Owen Bates. Scott Williams beat Tommy Lishman 6-3. I tell you what, this would be a typically Scott Williams day to go on and win. Brendan Dolan beat Chris Doby 6-3. Bradley Brooks having a good run to the last 16 today. Beat Michael Smith 6-4. Big defeat that for Michael in the race
45.
in the match play. Alan Suter beating Jermaine Watamena 6-4. Ryan Joyce a 6-4 winner over Johnny Clayton. And Vessel Nyman 6. Raymond van Barneveld 2.
Ryan Joyce still being in that tournament and Michael Smith being out is very, very big.
45.
Joyce is currently 16th in the qualifying list for Blackpool. Smith is 17th. And if Ryan Joyce keeps moving, he will widen that gap
54.
and make things really difficult for Michael Smith to make the match play. He is in a bit of trouble.
One other last 32 game to be completed. It's actually a meeting of former Super Series
43.
champions. The Series 8 winner, Marvin van Velzen, leads the Series 9 winner, Darius Labanauskas, by 5 legs to 4. Just having a look, couple of games warming up in the last 16.
80.
Willie O'Connor against Scott Williams and Kevin Duitz against James Wade. Never know, James Wade could be in with a sniff of a victory today.
Oh, we like a Kevin here at the
81.
Modus Super Series, don't we? I've had a few Kevins here.
Had a Kevin Lankhausen a couple of weeks ago.
94.
I don't know what Springbok Poulsen's thinking was there. You can't make that kind of error
171.
against Wachiuri. Well, he's left 18. So this is like a broken calculator, this game.
98. Peter Carr 18.
Who knows what this is going to spell out? Now, this is not an ideal lie from his vantage point. He's going to have to go high on double 9.
No score.
He nearly knocks it
Peter
in.
Carr 70.
So Poulsen back for 70 to open up a 2-1 lead in the contest. 2-8. Conceivably, he could be 3-0 up in this game.
Game shown the
He
third
finds himself
leg.
2-1 to the good. He needs a break to the good as well.
I don't mean to be critical
Fourth leg
here,
Ivan to throw first. Game
but
on.
Wachiuri shouldn't have left double 9. He had 69 left and he hit 51. With so many options on 69,
82.
he chose treble 17. Double to double, though, isn't it? You get 3 darts at it, you miss it 3 times, and your opponent has an opportunity to steal, and that's exactly what Springbok Poulsen did.
121.
Doesn't matter how, as long as you do. And he's been the better player in this game, if the truth be told. Still an 11-point gap in the averages in Springbok's favour.
81.
Wachiuri so far has, apart from the 114, just not been able to get going.
I wonder if there's any sort of significance for the word
100.
Borg. Because Bjornborg, Helsingborg, Springborg.
Well, I know in Iceland,
180.
people have son at the end of their name because it's a significance of son of someone. I wonder if it's something similar. I've got no idea.
140. Ivan to Carr 158.
Well, Springbok here leads 158 to open up a 3-1 advantage in the contest. He's unable to get, and so Wachiuri will look at 140 to break back a level up at 2-2. And the problem Poulsen's got here
32.
is he's
Peter
not
Carr,
cleaned up at all.
140.
So not just has he not taken this finish out, he's laid an invitation to Peter Wachiuri to leave it much handier upon his return. 79 left.
118. Ivan to Carr
Make that
126.
22 left if Poulsen cannot find the 126. Needed one treble to guarantee the ball. The ball is what he's looking at. The bullseye's what he gets. Well, that'll feel like a bit of a haymaker for Peter Wachiuri. And even Poulsen absolutely loved it. The puff of the cheeks. He enjoyed every single second of that 126 checkout. The highlight moment of his week so far, at least one of them.
Borg means castle. Or fortress.
140.
Seems to be building one in this game, doesn't he? Just a little of what Springbok Poulsen can actually do.
37.
But we've already referenced this today, Henry. Flashes of brilliance, but still walking away with defeats. This has got to be flashes of brilliance adding up to a win.
81.
He's got chances to do that over the next 3 legs, but he'd like to get it done sooner rather than later. Who wouldn't?
That 126 checkout of Ivan means that every single
60.
player today in this group has hit a ton plus checkout.
$55.
Unless he finds something massive here, it might have to be the next leg where the Danish man attacks.
100.
Well, that first dart sat perfectly for Peter. Capture dart 2.
83.
Just have a sneaky suspicion that going to the bull with the last dart was the play.
Well, Martin van Velzen's beaten Darius Lebanauskas in that last 32 games. 6 legs to 5, meeting the 2 former Super Series champions. Wachiuri looking at the 1-4-2, not going to get. Found the first treble, couldn't find the second.
You think Marvin's celebration when he beats Darius is quite quiet?
Well, they're 2 kind of opposite characters in that sort of respect, aren't they?
102.
Well, you can imagine what happens if 164 is found.
Abdulkar 164.
Inside, he'll be jumping up and down.
Yeah, I have to say, so far, this has been as good as any performance Poulsen's put in this week.
58. Peter 40.
He does need to get moving. Oh, this is an absolute nightmare of a lie. Look at that. There is a chance he can go through the darts.
20. Abdulkar 100.
I just don't think he got his angle right.
Has Poulsen got another real big check out in the locker? 86 left, treble 18. Cannot find. And so Wachiuri's got 3 more.
58.
The double
Peter
10.
20.
1 from 7 on the outer ring so far in this contest. And since finding that 114 to win leg 1, hasn't found a double since. Up until there, back to 3-2. And Poulsen being forced to serve this one out.
6 leg Ivan through first. Game on.
Needs to get off to a good start.
100.
That's solid. In these situations, Henry, when you're not forced to serve it out, you have the opportunity to serve it out. You just want to get off to a good start. And that's what you don't want. Somebody bearing down on you with a score like that. That puts more pressure on this visit.
59.
Which is trebleless, and it opens up the door for Wachiuri.
Look at what he's done as well. We've spoken about it so many times. You've left a number that you can't take in 2 visits. He's not going to get a 12-darter.
60.
So he's saying to Wachiuri, if he's in tune with this subject, if you get a 12, I can't beat you.
100.
And Wachiuri can get a 12.
Just the odd
81.
loose dart, which is just costing him opportunities. Keeps it straight there. He finds himself on a finish.
Well, that's because of the way he throws. That stunted follow through.
100.
It is more likely to have inconsistencies with that half follow through than a full extension. Look at the reaction of the hand.
95.
I think Peter Wachiuri would have made a great spin bowler.
Oh, Kenya, a very productive cricket nation. Played at
90.
World Cups in the
Peter
past.
85.
Well, subject to probably the most infamous World Cup back in 2003. Maybe less said about that, the better. It's the bullseye to take us all the way.
60.
It's not there.
Abdulkar 52.
And so Poulsen has 52 to get his first points on the board and keep Wachiuri on 4. This is great news for Ciaran Teehan. Brilliant news for Ciaran Teehan.
32.
Because Wachiuri would have been kept
25.
at bay.
Notice how you changed your last sentence to the past tense.
Getting shot on the
Because he could have been kept at bay. But the king could still be sitting on the dock of the bay with a cocktail in his hand saying, I love having 6 points.
Game on.
Make a meme out of that. Well, there's a one. There's a challenge for our watching audience. We've had Rafty Coxey 2 weeks ago. How about a nice picture of Peter
55.
Wachiuri sitting on the dock of the bay
60.
So all the way we go. Last leg decider. For Poulsen, opportunity to pick up his first points. So Gorner begging for Wachiuri wins this one. Then he'll be level on points with Ciaran Teehan. Wachiuri will be back in a couple of games'
68.
time to complete his day against Ronan McDonagh. Whilst Ciaran Teehan will come back against Darren Johnson in match 14 for Springborg. He'll finish up proceedings against Jonathan Platt, which could well be a game to determine who is going to finish bottom of the pile on the end of the first day's play.
Are you sticking with your answer from earlier, by the way, about bacon being your favourite thing about Denmark?
21.
It's up there. It's one of the things that is on my radar next
100.
year. A little trip across Scandinavia. Sweden, Denmark, maybe a little bit of Norway. Already been to Finland.
You've been to Lapland, haven't you?
81.
Yeah. And a little bit of Helsinki. Beautiful, beautiful country. Lovely people.
$35.
Oh, what's he done? I wanted to wait until he'd finished the combination, but it's happening too many times.
45.
Should have gone 18s, 15s, 25. It hasn't cost him because Wachiuri's not on a finish, but there's definitely
62.
The tiniest little air of crumbling in the air as he gets towards the end of this game. He will have a chance to get the 4-3 victory. But
99.
look at what Wachiuri's left himself.
104.
Tops. Match start.
64. Peter Carr,
Well, he's now had opportunities to win this match in 2 consecutive legs. Wachiuri looking at 1-3-2, and this would hurt. This would sting. But he's not going to find it. The shot is off now. And so Poulsen will be back with 3 more in his hand at double top to get his first points. And again, Ciaran Teehan, somewhere in the practice room, will be watching this.
72.
And will be hopeful that
40.
his Danish friend can do him a favour. Double top, now double 10 to win it. Double 10 is there, and even Poulsen gets his first points on the board. He gets the better Peter Wachiuri in a last leg decider. All smiles between the pair, but at the end of their 4th meeting of the week. But for Peter Wachiuri, that could be a huge defeat in terms of his hopes of qualifying through to Saturday night's final. That's how the game went from a statistical viewpoint. Coming up after the break, Jonathan Platt takes on Darren Johnson. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Jonathan Platt takes on Darren Johnson in our 12th game of the afternoon session. Before the break, we saw even springboard Poulsen get the better of Peter Wachiuri in a last leg decider 4-3, average of 82.28, 4 from 10 in terms of his doubles. And this is now how the land lies in terms of the table. McDonagh at the top, 8 points to his name. Teehan in second on 6. Wachiuri moves him, or keeps himself on 4 points, which means that Darren Johnson can actually get the leapfrog off him going into the final round worth of fixtures. And he does take on Ciaran Teehan in match number 14 of the session. So there's still a lot for the man from Yorkshire to try and salvage from today's exploits. As for Jonathan Platt, well, he's now the only player without a victory in this Group C.
134.
Now he will hope that he can get off the bagel, get off the mark as quickly as possible.
43.
But he might be playing DJ at the right time. He was left scratching his head after losing 4-3 to Wachiuri.
45.
No matter what happens here, the top two are very secure. Ronan McDonagh's got Wachiuri in the next game, and Teehan has got DJ
58
in game 14. So think about this from Darren Johnson's perspective right now. He sits on 2 points. If he can beat John O'Platt and he can get the better of Teehan, that's 6 points for the day. That is very, very workable.
123.
Especially when you consider that if he beats Teehan and Platt, he will be on the same points as Teehan overnight.
56.
The only person who's going to better 6 points today is Ronan McDonagh. He might even get 10.
135.
Well, Platt's left himself on 64 after 12. It's a much better opening leg for him. So Darren, he's been
95.
fairly slow out the starter's gate. Plenty of time. Double checks the proximity of dart 2. The single 6D leaves the double.
32.
Luckily for him, he's got a little bit of time on his side following that dart.
Yeah, it just goes to show what can happen if you're out of your rhythm. If something
99.
distracts you a bit.
Jonathan Carr, 32.
That's why stepping back and taking a breath is a good thing.
Getting shot the first leg, Jonathan Platt.
That's a tidy leg from Platt. He needs more of those.
Second
We
leg,
talk
Darren is
often
on
about
first, game on.
the standard of 17 darts being just a little bit above par here.
137.
That's where you need to be. In 6 visits, majority of the time. Every now and again, stick in something 5 visits or better. But predominantly, you want to be in 6 visits, especially today.
41.
Maybe tonight that particular barometer could be tested a little bit when we see the likes of Coates, Manby, Gavlas on the stage.
77.
See a little bit of Tomo as well. And Dave Wazuski, who's becoming a little bit more of a regular when it comes to Saturday nights now here at the Super Series. Looking forward to seeing David.
55.
Wonder what he's going to be wearing tonight. Is he going to be on fire?
It'd be in keeping with the weather right now, wouldn't it?
60.
Not that we'd know from our beautifully air-conditioned commentary box that we've got.
You don't want to brag about
59.
such things, Henry. You never know when things can turn the other way.
I've not got much, Nico, please. It's all I've got.
42.
I'm not sure what that was about.
$30.
I think Platt is starting to get a bit frustrated with the fact that he's having a decent leg and then all of a sudden it's as if he has a different arm.
100.
You could say that both players have had that kind of fortune today, where it's been a little bit hot and cold, a little bit hit and miss.
Otherwise known as a Katy Perry game.
140. Darren Carr, 85.
She was right with the lyrics. Hot and or cold. Up and you're down. In and you're out. That's the game in a nutshell. Is it in or is it out?
Game show on the second leg,
one.
Darren Johnson.
Level out one apiece.
Third leg,
That
Jonathan
song
to through
used to be
first.
the
Game on.
backing track to ITV's football coverage. Back in the days when ITV had the Champions League, that was the
55.
music that used to accompany their links.
Okay.
Well,
123. It's getting a little bit hotter for DJ. Not the only sporting DJ, of course. Dustin Johnson, who has a caddy,
140.
also called Johnson. His brother Austin is his caddy. DJ, of course, the two-time major champion, Masters and US Open. He was the
23.
last person to win at Oakmont before JJ Spawn did it on Sunday.
Famous horse racing commentator called Mark Johnson.
140.
If we're diverting a little bit, there was a very famous footballer called Craig Johnston, but has a T, and he invented the Predator football boot.
100.
Fountain of knowledge.
$84.
Played for Liverpool back in the 80s. He was a good player.
Well, you had to have been to play for Liverpool back then.
Absolutely. That's all red.
180. Jonathan got 82.
If this 82's found, everything's all right. Don't know about this. I question the route, and you have to question the execution. Johnson right now is giggling internally, thinking, you
66.
keep making those errors.
Donald Carr, 75.
I'll just get out the mop.
For the break in 2-1. Well, that just about squeezes in. 2 at double 12. Underneath
Game
the
show on
one.
the
That's a
third leg,
14
Darren
darter.
Johnson.
Best leg of the match. Darren Johnson gets the break that he needed at some point in the
Fourth leg, Darren
contest.
to through first.
He puts
Game
himself
on.
2-1 to the good.
I'm going to question the knowledge of anybody who's watching this.
90.
One of the most famous DJs from about 30 years ago was a very young man who was the son of Roseanne Barr in her Roseanne sitcom.
45.
She had a couple of kids, one called Darlene, and the other one was called DJ. And that was the first appearance, that
96.
show, of Johnny Galecki, who would go on to be Leonard Hofstadter in The Big Bang Theory.
I am completely lost in every single bit of that segment.
Well before we had
100.
Frasier and Friends, we had Roseanne. And we had Cheers. They were the things that people watched.
He's just passed, hasn't he, the guy from Cheers?
George Wendt.
Yes.
77.
I read something that he passed away on the anniversary of the final episode.
Slightly poetic. I think every place in the world needs a norm.
55.
Who's the Super Series norm then? Someone who walks in, you go, yeah, that's the person, that's our norm. It's not you, Henry.
60.
I think it's Conan.
I reckon it's a guy on the stage right now, Paul Hinks. Every single time you see him, you just can't help but raise a smile when you're in his company.
97.
The darts that are slipping out of the hand of Jono seem to be returning a little bit. Look at the grip texture of this dart from DJ. It might help him in these conditions.
60.
Final one on the topic. Best theme song from all of them's got to be Cheers, hasn't it? Surely.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to beat.
54. Donald Carr,
Iconic
118.
track. I've got it now, ringing around my head, consequently. 118 for Johnson, not to be on this occasion, and so
94.
Platt looking at 150
Jonathan
to
Carr,
do a piece.
150.
It's on. And the dream is shattered.
109.
And double 12 beckons again for
24.
DJ.
For 3-1. And for full control of the contest.
$18. Jonathan Carr,
He is
41.
livid. Something has just been offered up on a silver platter for Platt. He's just had an oh no Bill moment. Hope turns to despair.
25. Daniel Carr, 6.
I have no idea why.
Getting shown the fourth leg, Darren Johnson.
I just find it a little bit puzzling that he was going back to the single 9 there
Fifth
with
leg, Jonathan to
a
through
dart that
first.
could have
Game
been
on.
quite perilous. But it didn't make any difference because Johnson takes double 3. Very simply it looks like, but it is anything but simple. You notice how close
134.
John O'Platt was there to treble 9.
$96.
Johnson wants to wrap this up. When he was playing Wachiuri, he was in a good position, missed a few doubles, and all of a sudden he loses the game 4-3. He does
43.
not want that to happen again. It's his sole responsibility right now to make himself feel better and to make Platty feel even worse.
90.
Loses this one. Platt will be on the scrap heap. Well, very close to it anyway. Platt could go splat in this group.
85.
You say things like that, it sounds like a
97.
Monty Python sketch.
It's a very onomatopoeic word.
Well, there's word of the day. Word.
99.
Well, Platt leads himself 140. What could Johnson do? Couple of triples here. He's in a very good suit.
60. Jonathan Carr, 140.
So 140 here for Platt to reduce the gap and to reduce the deficit back down to 3-2. Not to be on this occasion.
84. Daniel Carr, 158.
This one's a bit of a coin toss. That was so close. It didn't nestle the way he wanted. So he's got 78 with 1. And unfortunately, we don't have a
98.
double 39 on the board.
Jonathan Carr, 56.
Well, this to extend the game. Double top.
Getting shown the
Reduces
fifth
the
leg,
gap
Jonathan
back down
Platt.
to 3-2. And it forces Darren Johnson to serve this
Six leg,
match
Darren
out.
through first. Game on.
If he's been missing that treble 20 with his first start, it has
60.
been low. Just a sign that the right shoulder is a little bit too engaged.
$45.
Certainly tell both men here are feeling the effects of the conditions
96.
here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
Darts is an indoor sport, as everybody knows. Well, it is 99% of the time. We have played at the top level outdoors in
140.
Dubai. But just because it's an indoor sport doesn't make it simple.
90.
This time of year, darts can be very, very hard. Because it's not like we can air condition the arena. It messes with the flight of the throws.
100.
You just got to handle it.
Stealing and acclimatising the conditions the best way that you possibly can. What was the infamous story about Stuart Kellett and the darts in the
97.
fridge?
Yeah, he put his darts in the fridge, keep them cool. I've seen plenty of dart players at Blackpool roll up a spare shirt, and at the game break after 10 legs, they would put on a cold
36.
shirt.
That on your
Makes
car,
perfect sense.
58.
Not seen the ice towel yet, but I'm sure someone will think of that one day. You know, like the tennis players have, you know, when they're in between games and it's roasting hot and they just have an ice towel which they just put on their face or whatever just to kind of cool everything down. Well, Darren Johnson's dealing with the conditions the best that he
85.
possibly can, and he's
That on your car,
to within
118
118 points now of what will be his second win of the day, and it would mean he'd have a chance to take on Ciaran Teehan for 6 points overnight. It's double 19
He's showing
to
the match,
do for
Darren
118 check out to get the number on Jonathan Platt. A 4-2 win for DJ means that he's got himself rocking and a-rolling again. He will take on Ciaran Teehan, as I say, in that final game of their session to see who's going to finish up on 6 points. But before that, Ronan McDonagh has the chance to complete the card, get all 10 points available to him if he can get the better of Peter Wachiuri.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
McGuire,
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George
McGuire,
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. This is what we have seen. We're heading into the final round of fixtures, and Ronan McDonagh in that game against Ciaran Teehan in match 10 ensure that he's got an opportunity to complete the card against Peter Wachiuri. Teehan finds himself on 6 points. He takes on Darren Johnson. He's got an opportunity to finish on 8. Johnson can finish on 6, courtesy of that win against David Platt before the break. But here is the final round of fixtures. It's Wachiuri up against McDonagh, the 4th meeting between the pair so far this week. For Ronan, an opportunity to complete the cards. 5 wins out of 5. It would mean a very, very productive day for the Irishman, who you would say from that point onwards would have 1 foot through to the Saturday night finale here on the South Coast for a second time. 2 players that are protecting unblemished records. Both played here once. Both made Saturdays once. Wachiuri gets us underway.
They can both still make it?
85.
Is there any reason why they can't? Wachiuri's got 4 points. He's still very much in the mix. However,
60.
McDonagh's in a much better position. And I think Ronan's week is classified by how he's played against Peter. Monday, Wachiuri beat McDonagh 4-3, and since then, McDonagh's won 4-0 twice. So the climate of this fixture does show the progression of McDonagh from Monday to Thursday. It's a somewhat extreme example, but it makes sense.
Well, these two kind of traded different parts of the week. Peter Wachiuri got off to a positive start on Monday.
96.
He's kind of regressed. Ronan McDonagh, slow start Monday. He's got better as things have gone along.
45.
He wins this game. He is in such a good position. The worst possible scenario for him overnight, if he wins this game, is a 4-point lead from 3rd place. Because remember, it's 2 from 6 that get out of this group.
97.
He'd fancy those odds going into tomorrow.
I'd go so far as to say that if Ronan wins this game, I think he's definitely going to qualify.
Peter Carr, 102.
I can't see him faltering. Not the way his week is going.
And he is a character that just seems to build and thrive off of confidence. I think a perfect first day
58. Ronan
is going to be
161.
dangerous for tomorrow night's field. And if he can get through comfortably, the confidence will give him ahead of Saturday night.
Peter Carr, 44.
It'll be intriguing to see how he gets along. But Wachiuri has the first opportunity to draw first blood.
$24. Ronan Carr, 139.
He might be okay. This 139 is extremely difficult. And the last thing McDonagh needs right here
Peter Carr,
is one
20.
of those weird performances like we saw on Monday or early Tuesday. That's a lovely find. I'm not sure what he's smiling about. Maybe it's because the dart at double 5
Second leg Ronan
the first time wasn't great. But isn't it refreshing to see somebody who is smiling so much?
59.
It's a bit of a glum place, the world, at times in the 2020s, but when you see someone like Wachiuri smiling like that, it does brighten up your day a little bit.
It's certainly somebody that's put a lot of smiles on a lot of people's faces over the last 8 months or so, since that infamously viral African
97.
Championship qualifier.
Well, recently, the England football team lost to Senegal, didn't they?
3-1.
Yeah, it was a great performance by the Senegalese. And they brought a lot of support to the City Ground. I think 8,000 fans. So if Wachiuri was to make Saturday night here, I implore the local African community, because there's plenty in Portsmouth, get your tickets and come down and support him. Make that an atmosphere. That would be fun.
However, vuvuzelas are now banned, so please don't try and attempt to bring any to the venue. They will be confiscated, and you probably won't get them back.
96.
Yeah, vuvuzelas are banned in this place. But when we went to a recent European tour event, people congregating and
60.
making a 100-meter conga line was all right.
45.
It's one of them that in a bigger venue, it can work, but when it's intimate like this and one small thing can make a massive impact, it just doesn't quite work.
That's true.
100.
If there's a sea of noise, 10,000 people at a Premier League venue, it's a bit different to maybe a venue like this where you may have 70 people in and just one noise and one blow could put the opponent off.
Can you imagine a Premier League night in Kenya? What kind of noise that would generate? I'm not even sure if they've got an arena
55.
that's big enough to hold one.
95.
We had Vuvuzelas banned from our school during the 2010 World Cup. True story.
Why are you always reminding us how
55.
young you are?
Ronan 90.
We also had this phrase at my school. Get knotted. Bull.
65. Peter
Can't
40.
tie a red ribbon around the green 25.
Getting shot in the second
And
leg.
Wachiuri's 2-0 up. Could walk away with 6 points from today if he gets 2 more legs, and that would be just like Monday.
2-0 Wachiuri leads, and the form book so far is being wiped out the window because McDonagh hasn't really got going in this
100.
contest. Wachiuri's been able to win the opening 2 legs of this contest in 40 darts combined, 21 and 19 the winning legs thus far.
57.
Meanwhile, elsewhere in Leicester, the Mattioli Arena, the quarter-final lineup is near close to being completed. James Way's beating Kevin Dewitt 6-4. Jan van Veen is beating Ricky Evans 6-5. I really
59.
like the look of Jan at the minute. I really do. Andrew Gilding, 6-3 winner over Ross Smith. Damon Heta is beating Darryl Gurney 6-4. Scott
40.
Williams, 6-5 winner over Willie O'Connor. Bradley Brooks is having a good one today. He's beating Brendan Dolan 6-0. And Vessel Nyman has beaten Ryan Joyce 6-3. The final spot through to the quarterfinals is given out to
59.
Alan Suter, who's just beaten Marvin van Velzen 6-5 in a last leg decider.
100.
Scott Williams needs a bit of a run here. Actually, to be honest, to give himself a chance of qualifying for the match, he probably has to win today.
He has to win, and then he's still 9 grand behind.
In a run, but if I'm right
30.
in saying he's in the next Euro Tour? He's warming up now against Bradley Brooks on board number 3 as McDonagh piles in. Max leaving himself on 1-2-4.
Is he going to be backed up?
140.
Give it every chance to Wachiuri.
24.
All of a sudden, he's walking up. Double 11.
Getting shot on the third leg.
Wake
Ronan
up,
McDonagh.
Ronan. What a shot. What a conversion. 304 and 6.
First. Game on.
And before that, he was averaging about 72. So something has clicked.
100.
I think one of the things that we're learning about Ronan this week is he's able to respond to despondency quite well. Doesn't
41.
dwell on things. Doesn't let things affect him. He can very quickly decompartmentalise from negative things that happen within a game or a group.
Do you know what his motivation should be from this
100.
position? It seems really simplistic to say this, but these players focus on getting through to Saturday. Forget about that. His motivation now should be, I want to win this group. Because he's been in 2 Group
35.
A's. He's been 3rd and 4th. He's been in a Group B before. He was 3rd. He's also been a runner-up from the week that he played prior. So he's never won a group. That
100.
should be his focus now. Keep moving forward, win a group, and then you can say to yourself, I've won a group here. You've won something. And that would give him another chance, wouldn't it?
43.
Well, he's on the cusp of 11 in this game up at 2-2 because... Well, it's not because Wachiuri's kind of gone off the pace. He's kind of playing to the same standard he has on the first couple of legs, but McDonagh's just beginning
45.
to go through the gears.
He was on for a 5-ton game there. but he fails to get the treble in visit 4.
95. Rolling your car, 156.
Well, we've seen this once or twice this week.
You're talking about the 156 or the fact that someone at 2-0 up has lost their lead?
100.
Both. There's been a lot of trends that have taken place in this week 6 as McDonagh comes back for 56 to level this game back
55.
up.
Rolling your car,
Wachiuri didn't have to
56.
do much to open up a 2-0 lead. McDonagh has just upped the quality a little bit and he's getting his rewards as a consequence of it.
36.
Unable to take, comes inside. We'll be back for 10s.
$85. Rolling your car, 20.
He's got to get rid of that dart. That really bad one that costs him an easier finish.
No score. Peter car, 147.
A simple ton would have left 132, which is a lot easier than 147. He has actually taken out 147 this week.
87. Rolling your car, 20.
Again, that's different. And that's in.
Being shown the 4th leg.
So
Ronan
that
McDonagh.
2-0 lead has been lost.
5th leg Peter to through first. Game on.
He had 108 left and he went for treble 16. He's a curious cat, isn't he?
Well, 2-0 leads have gone missing so many times this week, they may well put it on the back of a milk carton.
140.
Wachiuri the latest to go 2 up and then get pegged back.
97.
Do you ever wonder what life is like in Kenya for Peter?
45.
Because I do. Never been there. Never been to that part of Africa. I would imagine going to Kenya would feel, for someone who spends most of their time
100.
in England, it would feel like a different planet. It's like going to Japan. You go there and you think, wow, this is actually on this planet? Totally different.
60.
I think we should send a film crew out there just to show people what it's actually like.
Yeah, culturally very, very different. And I imagine that for Peter is something that he's had to learn in his
60.
times coming over to England to play in events like this.
What you've got to understand as well is that every time he comes to customs
95.
at whatever airport he goes to, they ask him what you're doing in the country, and he will say, I'm here to play darts. And that's usually when the customs officials get very interested.
100.
They
Peter
ask
car,
where,
161.
for what, how many times have you done it?
$59. Rolling your car, 144.
Should have gone for the bull with the last start, Peter.
$88.
If he
Peter
had it
car,
at 25, or the
102.
bullet would have been a 2-darter right here. It is still a 3-dart checkout. Double 18.
Game
He
shown
knows
the 5th
best.
leg, Peter
He's
Wachiuri.
3-2 up.
6 leg Ronan to through first. Game
That
on.
will be a real source of frustration for Ronan McDonagh because it looked like he did all the hard work to get himself back in the game, but now he's going to have to do that hard work again.
140.
He's saving your new favourite nickname for later for Charlie Manby? Captain Sick Bucket?
It's not going to catch on. I think I've made a decision. I'm going to give up on nicknames.
125.
And I think it might be a very popular decision as well. Giving up on a lot of things this week. Not done a tungsten teaser for 3 days.
180.
Still got time here. But time might be running out if McDonagh's going to throw darts like that. That's his second max of the game.
Well, I'll tell you what, we'll do one tonight. Something for everybody to look forward to.
81.
Well, McDonagh here, 6 darts on 181 to take us all the way to a last leg decider. And it would mean that he'd have the opportunity
55.
to complete the card on the opening day's worth of play in this Group C and to put an arm and a leg really into Saturday night's final. He'll have a vice-like grip of the group.
41. Ronan
And he has got time and he has got space here for the 1-2-6 to do exactly that. Doesn't have to chase it the bullseye route. Doesn't have to go for the bullseye.
94.
Does the safe thing. Leaves himself 32 after 12. Much improved leg.
$78. Ronan 32.
Yeah, this could be the best leg of the match.
Getting shown
And that's
the
exactly
six-leg
what it
Ronan
is.
McDonagh.
He's had the best 2 legs of this match.
7th
15 and a 13.
Game on.
But he still needs to break the Kenyan to walk away with 10 points from today. So this is what's about to happen. 6 points for Wachiuri or 10 for McDonagh. This is where things get really juicy.
81.
Because Peter could be within 2 points of his opponent, or he could be 6 away.
It's your proverbial 4-pointer this leg. And for Wachiuri, if he wins this, he's got every chance going into tomorrow. But if he loses it, it's going to be a long way back, particularly if Ciaran Teehan beats Darren Johnson in game 14 of the session. But that's a perfect first dart for Ronan.
83.
And he'll be disappointed, where you can see the disappointment on his face, the fact he couldn't follow it. The ball is in the court of Peter Wachiuri.
$135.
Consider that ball smashed a little bit. Gets himself 2 trebles ahead. He's got to pummel that 60 now.
100.
He gave it a chance, but he needs mistakes. Otherwise, it might only be 8 points for the day. I say only. It's still very good. But when you've got 8 and half a leg left, you want those extra 2. Which now he might not get.
Well, he's going to have to hit big here and then hope. Because Wachiuri, too, he's got it on throws. Left himself on a single to double after tries. But a good leg from his part. But for Ronan McDonagh,
41. Peter
it's just
55.
not happened for him in this game, if the truth be told. And Peter Wachiuri's got 6 darts and 55 to move on to 6 points. It would deny Ronan McDonagh the perfect day, and it would keep things very, very interesting in this group. Double top for win number 3. Double 10. Peter Wachiuri keeps himself in the mix, and he keeps Ronan McDonagh honest, because it means that he can't complete the card. He's going to finish the day with 8 points, and Peter Wachiuri's within a couple of him. And it means that Ciaran Teehan's got a huge opportunity here to move on to 8 points and to move level with Ronan at the top of the group. This is how the game went statistically. Both players were top blood checkout, but it was Wachiuri that won that last leg. And it is Ciaran Teehan we're going to see next up against Darren Johnson. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. 25 £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Ronan McDonagh was denied the opportunity of completing the card, losing out 4-3 to Peter Wachiuri, who moves on to 6 points in the group. Now to game number 14 of 15, Ciaran Teehan is on 6. Darren Johnson could also be on 6 with victory in this one. And it could mean a table which at one point we thought could well be a two-way race between McDonagh and Teehan, and the others maybe as complete outsiders. Well, it could be a little bit more competitive than one may have suggested before the outset. Johnson wins this. 4 players within 2 points of one another. And even Poulsen with a win against Jonathan Platt. Yes, he'd have a lot of work to do tomorrow, but that would put him just about in contention.
From a neutral standpoint, Henry, this is getting very exciting.
57.
The more these players are clustered, the more doubt there is as to who goes through in the top 2 spots in this group.
96.
So let's plot a bit of a route here, shall we? Because if Johnson wins, he goes to 6 with Teehan. Wachiuri's already on 6 and McDonagh's on 8.
60.
Even though Ronan has been the best player
29.
today, there's just that little seed of doubt after that 5th game loss. It just so happens he's got to play Wachiuri in his first game tomorrow. They are now 2-2 for the week.
97.
And they've only had 2 results. Wachiuri's won his games 4-3 against McDonagh. And when McDonagh's beaten him, he's done it 4-0.
40.
How many times do we see it? The final game on a Saturday night is between 2 players who haven't met all week.
58.
It happens a lot.
Well, we know Neil Duffy's already there. He won Group A yesterday afternoon, enjoying the sights and surrounds of Portsmouth. Could probably go into a local cafe around here and everyone know him on first name basis. Could have a little stroll down the beach. Southsea Seafront, very popular this time of year. Although I wouldn't go anywhere near the hovercraft today because it's going to be very, very busy anywhere near that part of town because it's the Isle of Wight Festival this weekend.
Oh, is it really? I didn't know that. Any big acts playing there?
Oh, I should know. I've got a mate of mine who does some bits behind the scenes there.
I don't think we're going to hear much from Keegan Brown this weekend. He loves Isle of Wight
85.
weekend.
Down in your car,
You won't get anything in terms of signal. Oof.
28. Get in your
It's a
car,
bit good.
89.
It's a bit good. I'll tell you a little bit more in a minute. I mean, the second stage acts are good enough as it is, let alone the main stage acts.
41.
Well, one thing you do know is that the main stage acts, who are very, very wealthy people, they're not going to be getting the hovercraft over, are they? Or the ferry.
They'll find
More
their
like a
own
helicopter.
way. Oh, they'll definitely find their own way, that's for sure.
Beautiful dart. But if I may say so, DJ, what you doing?
96. Get in your car, 48.
128 left. What you doing going 20s? Teehan's looking to make him pay for that tactical mistake.
32.
But
Down in
he
your car,
can't.
32.
And so DJ is back for 32 to take the opening leg. I suppose it's appropriate to talk about the Isle of Wight with DJ playing. Pins a double
Gage
A.
on the first leg, Darren
Now, these
Johnson.
are some of the acts that are performing on the main stage this weekend at the Isle of Wight
Second leg,
Festival.
Ciaran to through first.
Tomorrow
Game
night,
on.
Sting, headliner.
Ah, famous Geordie.
The Cause, Faithless. Saturday's good. Saturday's
140.
very, very good. Headlined by Stereophonics. With the script, Paul Heaton, Busted,
60.
Razorlight, The Saw Doctors. Sunday, the headliner, Justin Timberlake, Jess Glynn, Texas, Ollie Murs, Alison Moyet, Ella Ayres,
121.
and Bjorn again.
Justin Timberlake's going to be in town.
Then the second stage,
140.
the headline acts. The second stage I think is better than the main stage, but that might just be how my music taste is. Friday night, Clean Bandit, The Lathans, Crystal
92.
Tides. Sunday, James. You walked onto a James track, if I remember rightly.
Oh, sit down.
The Lightning Seeds. And Supergrass headlining Saturday. That'll be all right.
97. Get in your car, 148.
Now, Ciaran Teehan was trying to take that nice and clean.
85.
Like it.
I was in high school in the 90s, Henry.
40.
We lived
Get in your car,
Britpop.
63.
It was life and death.
Oasis v Blur.
66.
57.
Oh no.
Down in your car, 164.
Teehan's in the basement. He's so tall that if he's in the basement, he could probably poke his head out of it.
100. Get in your car, 6.
Tall people don't like double three. Especially when they have their dart landing like this. It's just not comfortable.
No score. Down in your car, 64.
Johnson back for 64 to double his lead and get the break of throws. Found the triple eight. Two at tops.
24.
Doesn't get. So from the top of the board,
Get
we
in
head
your car,
back down
6.
to the bottom of the board.
Doesn't have to go for double three. He can split this. But he's
Gage on
found the bottom
second leg,
corner
Ciaran
and he will
Teehan.
take that and run.
Get out of there. Smelly leg. Hit with a double free, which could have been a double 17.
Darren to through
Move
first.
on.
Game
One
on.
apiece. Let's not talk any further. Would you like some
100.
Pro Tour scores?
Okay.
Scott Williams 3-2 up on Bradley Brooks. Jan van Veen 4-1 up
77.
on James Wade. Alan Suter 3-2 up on Vettel Nyman. Andrew Gilding 2. Damon Hetter 2.
Did you say that Scott Williams is playing against Bradley Brooks?
Indeed.
So that's
140.
Shaggy versus Bam Bam. In only darts would you get that kind of fixture where somebody's from Scooby-Doo and
59.
someone's from the Flintstones.
2 former weekly winners in this building, Bradley and Scott.
Yeah, Brooks played brilliant towards the end of the week that he won, but wow. That was a collision and a half.
21.
Get the feeling that DJ's getting a bit frustrated up there as the day goes on. And the weird thing is, if you haven't played competitive sport in these pressure environments, when the heat rises and the pressure rises, you can feel yourself getting disgruntled.
97.
You can feel yourself getting into a bad mood if things aren't easier.
Yeah, this is hard work for the pair. Well, you can see in terms of their
45.
facial expressions, it's been a warm day, and maybe the heat is just beginning to get to them somewhat.
$126.
Well, Teehan leads himself 1-4-2 to get the break, but what can Johnson do by way of reply here?
95. Kanuka 142.
Well, Teehan's not going to tee up the 1-4-2, so Darren Johnson back for a ton to lead the game 2-1.
73. Danuka 100.
Ideal. Absolutely
Darren
ideal.
Johnson.
That's more like a DJ.
4 Ciaran to through first. Game on.
I wonder if he takes requests.
It's a bit different though these days because they've all got their computers
85.
and stuff like that. They all have it all kind of preset now, don't they?
Well, this is a really interesting topic, as you seem to have stumbled upon it, because
97.
a lot of the DJs these days do use electronics to mix their songs, and they don't use vinyl and turntables. One of the greatest DJs of all time, Carl Cox, he could spin 3
40.
decks at once. Old school DJ, everything was vinyl. A lot of these European DJs from
46.
Scandinavia, the Netherlands, even further afield, a lot of them are electronics. And the old school guys don't respect them as much. They do bring out some good tunes and mix them well.
135.
But the fact is, if you want a proper DJ, you got to look to the likes of Pete Tong, Carl Cox, Judge Jules, Seb Fontaine, Sasha. They were proper DJs.
140.
So I've got a friend in DJing who's been around the block since like the late 80s, early 90s, and he said, yeah, the new DJs these days, they ain't got a clue.
58.
I can say from personal experience, Henry, I once went to a really big dance gig at Newcastle Arena, and
58.
Seb Fontaine came out to take over from Judge Jules, and the first track he played was It Began in Africa by the Chemical Brothers, and that wasn't released for 6 months. And we all looked at each other, all 4,000 of us said, what is that?
135.
That became a mainstream track, and that made that place
160.
completely shake. Anyway, this DJ has got 160 left.
What a rabbit hole that was.
100.
Anyway, Teehan looking to level up at 2-2 if he can find 48. And if he doesn't, Johnson's back for 60 to lead this game 3-1. 2 16s. 2-2.
On the fourth leg, Ciaran.
We look
Darren
destined to go all the way in this one.
$44.
You know it's warm when Kieran Teehan's complexion changes.
57.
He's gone a bit rosy.
$85.
You have to feel for the players tonight in Group B because it's going to be mightily hot on that stage.
We have warned them all week. We've given them fair warning that it will be warm
83/hot
tonight. They've had plenty of time to prepare. There are things you can do. And one of the things that these players need to know, this is an old school trick, that if you are starting to burn up a little bit in the conditions, find a bathroom with a cold water tap and run the cold water on the inside of your wrist.
93.
It is a way of cooling down the bloodstream really quickly. That or jump in an ice bath. We don't have one, but it could be arranged.
Well, it's quite simple, really. You just use a wheelie bin and put some cold water and ice in. That's what every non-league club does every single summer.
You're so Portsmouth. Wheelie bin is the solving of every
58.
problem.
Donald 92.
Need a portable fridge? Wheelie bin. Need a cold plunge? Wheelie bin.
$32.
92 checkout. Oh, not a wheelie bin.
You say that. I've seen people literally push people in a wheelie bin down the beach before. Don't ask me how. Don't ask me why.
To what end? This is a little simpler than pushing someone down the street in a wheelie bin. From this angle on the right-hand side, DJ, it's easier. Trust me.
40.
It was easier on the other side.
Well, Ciaran Teehan's hopes in this game for a second was in a wheelie bin, wasn't it?
Well, he walks away with 6 points from today. He'll be devastated.
50.
But he's had the biggest gaps
20.
between games in the second half of play. He's had a lot more time to think. Just a little bit more, DJ.
No score. Getting your car 128.
Well, they'd both like to put this leg in the bin, wouldn't they?
Wheelie?
Wheelie. Tier 128.
He doesn't make it to the bull.
63.
So Johnson's
car 20.
prior efforts at double 10 have to be put in the bin.
Getting shown the fifth leg.
And
Darren
that
Johnson.
is a 3-2 lead.
6 leg Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
He can still walk away with 6 points. It hasn't been a classic day for Darren. And this is not a classic match.
45.
But we don't put averages on medals or the trophy. We put names in the hat.
100.
Come the early hours of Saturday. As long as your name's in the hat, you've got a chance of being the weekly champion. And Darren hasn't won one yet. Ciaran's won 2.
140.
However, you gotta be perfectly honest here, and I'm gonna be honest. You look at this Group C and you look at the players
41.
involved. They're gonna get through to Saturday. They're gonna have to up it, otherwise they're gonna get trounced.
I know what you're trying to say here, somewhat respectfully.
100.
And it's the fact that with Neil Duff waiting on Saturday night, he's going to gobble up this kind of form.
45.
So much so, he might be watching this, just rubbing his hands, saying, you just keep playing like that. I'll gladly get a 5th weekly title.
But I just wonder as well, we speak about it so often, whether the early exchange can set the tone. There was a little
41.
bit of a spell in the middle of the session where it looked like people were just beginning to get going, but it just felt like after a tentative start, no one's really been able to properly get going, if the truth be told.
97.
Like you say, some people got going, they just haven't been able to keep it going.
What do they say about the going get tough?
Go and see Billy Ocean.
Well, it's the man in the red shirt that spelled danger for the rest of the field today, hasn't it? Ronan McDonagh, 8 points to his name. Ciaran Teehan looking to join him on that particular total. And he's left himself on 1-1-6 and over this game up at 3 apiece.
$60. Ciaran Teehan,
Just coming out of the hand a
116.
little bit weak now. DJ is really feeling this. This is very hard to find now. But not impossible. Perfectly flighted.
80.
Just a bit too safe on that double 18. That one was a flyer.
Seen a lot of ton plus finishes today, but you'd say that was the best of the lot circumstantially. Johnson's not going to find the 158. And so Teehan, he's been very up and down on this double 18 today. But he needs to find it, otherwise his day could be over. 2 9s. For 3-3. And we go all the way.
7th final leg, Darren to 3 first. A game on.
Well, some results on the quarterfinals of the Pro Tour to give you. All 4 matches have finished.
97.
James Wade 6, Jan van Veen 4, Andrew Gilding 6, Damon Heta 2, Scott Williams 6, Bradley Brooks 2, and Vessel Nyman 6, Alan Suter 5.
It's going to be Scott Williams against Wessel Nyman and Gilding versus Wade.
100.
It would be quite nice to see Gilding win a title. He hasn't won one since the UK Open. He's never won on the floor. He's been in multiple finals since 2014.
97.
It'd be ironic that Dan Dawson's not there today and Andrew Gilding would go and win a title.
Yeah, he wasn't at Minehead either when he won the UK Open.
And neither, was it the one time he didn't do a Euro Tour, Gilding threatened to win it as well?
Yeah, it was in Belgium.
Yes.
Yeah, 2022 Belgian Darts Open in Weezer. DJ has played on the European Tour.
140.
I think Ciaran has as well, actually.
Believe so, yeah. I had a tour card for a couple of years, although the 2 years he did have the tour card might have been the 2 years where the Euro Tour was cut off because of COVID. 'Cause I'm sure his tour card years were 2020, 21. Has played at the Worlds. Had a game with a certain Vincent van der Voort.
59.
Wasn't a short battle, was it?
No. So, Darren Johnson, 108 to win it. What pressure can Teehan apply? The difference is here, if Johnson wins this leg, then they'll both be level on points overnight. Teehan can open up a 4-point gap if he gets a look at the 76. But first chance presents itself to Darren Johnson. 108 for the match. And 108 for 6 points overnight. And he's going to get a look at a double. He's going to have a look at double 16.
One chance. One hit. And just like that, DJ walks away with the same amount of points from the day as Ciaran Teehan. So things are bunching up. And as the Yorkshiremen on the stage have a bit of a conflab, Darren Johnson can now relax with the thought that when he comes back tomorrow, he's got 6 points. And ISP will play Platt next.
54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia require
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're into our final game of the afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And before the break, Darren Johnson got the better of Ciaran Teehan by 4-3 with a 108 checkout to round off his day. Our final match of the afternoon session is even Springboard Poulsen up against
First
Jonathan
Ivan,
Platt.
you're
Is
through
the
first.
bottom 2
Game
players going head to head in this Group C, but fear not, we are back again tonight for more games from 10 o'clock this evening.
25.
The 10 from 10. Group B getting underway, and we've got 3 stars of the development tour in action for you. Adam Gavlas, Charlie Manby, and Henry Coates in action.
81.
Maybe this Henry knows what he's doing.
What have I told you all week long about being self-deprecating?
40. $96. $121. $41. $100.
We've got 2 players in this final game, Henry, where things are just a little bit different for Platt compared to Springbok Poulsen.
68.
Platt is playing his 5th game of the day, as is his opponent, but it's 5 games for the week compared to 20. And we have not
82.
used the fact that Ivan is 63 much this week, but is it taking a toll now, I wonder? Now, in someone of slightly more senior
123.
years,
Ivan Ukar,
it might not be
133.
mental, it might be more physical.
Yeah, even at the age of 63, making his debut.
93. Jonathan Ukar, 92.
Second oldest debut behind Mark Layton, who was 69 when he played here for the first time. Double 16 for Platt.
Getting shot on the first leg.
On a
Jonathan
platter,
Platt.
1-0.
Second leg, Jonathan to throw first. Game on.
It's the most Australian nickname for someone who's not Australian. If your name is Jonathan or John,
95.
or you have the surname Johnson, it is pretty much written in Australian law that you're going to be called Jono. I found this out when
85.
I started supporting the Western Bulldogs AFL team, because one of their best players at the time was Brad Johnson, and not one person in that entire country called him Brad.
58.
Everybody called him Jono. Hell of a footy player
60.
as well. Small, quick, compact, tough.
What nickname do you guys have for me?
40.
Actually, maybe don't go there.
I didn't meet any Henrys in Australia.
$27.
Yeah, you'd probably still get Hennas.
Yeah, Henna's works. Henna's works.
$81.
Might get Henno. Doesn't have the same sort of ring to it.
Nah, it sounds too much like Hino.
That's a truck.
140.
Is it?
It is a truck, yeah.
Perhaps appropriate that Conor Heenahan's a truck driver by trade then, isn't it?
Oh, that is brilliant.
180.
Is this the time where Platt can get himself off the mark?
99. Jonathan Carr,
Well, here is the
47.
tail of the tape, because Platt, if he goes 2-0 up, might just be knocking on the door of possibility.
7. Ivan Ukar, 90.
That's what we're going to talk about in the next leg. Possibilities. Oh, but no, you can't do that on
82.
90.
Jonathan Carr, 40.
Not when your opponent is sitting on tops. Double 10.
Getting shot on the second
It
leg.
is
Jonathan
not
Platt.
5 missed darts at a double in that leg. It is a 2-0
Third leg,
lead.
Ivan to throw
And
first.
if
Game on.
Platt can win this game and his return fixture with Ivan tomorrow at 1 o'clock live on Pluto TV, he'll be on 4 points, only
60.
2 adrift of 3 players. But if you flip this around, and we've already talked about how dangerous a 2-0 lead is, if Springbok Poulsen can win this game and
60.
tomorrow's against Platt, he'll be on 6 points as well.
It's a funny old game, Jim. It's a funny old game.
Thanks, Saint.
Don't
54.
call me a saint. You'll get into trouble.
You don't remember Saint and Greavesy?
I do remember Saint and Greasy, but you shouldn't call Pompey fan a saint. That's like calling you a Mackham.
26.
I apologise.
We shall mutually move on.
49.
Well, that derby's back this year. Well,
Well,
your
Portsmouth and
I was gonna say,
Southampton.
yours and our derbies are back this year. Tyne-Wear derby, South Coast
100.
derby. Cannot wait to see that game back at Fratton Park.
60.
Yeah, that will be interesting. But whoever loses this game, they're in real trouble.
135.
Especially Platt. This is his last opportunity to get any points today.
43.
For that reason, I think there's more pressure on him. And quite frankly, it makes
85.
for better viewing that he's actually winning this game. It makes for better confidence for him that he's still able to lead the game, possibly 3-0,
65. Jonathan
with
Carr,
the pressure
95.
of not winning a game all day.
So 95 for Platt for 3-0. Not to be this time, and so Poulsen 170.
79. Having the car,
Treble 12 in that spot, wrong play. Getting the treble 16, bravo.
60. Jonathan Carr, 16.
So now he's trying to turn a wrong into a right.
Double 4.
12. Having the car,
Inside.
110.
And so far today, Ivan has taken out a 126. Is he going to find the 110? Not this occasion. And so Platt looks at double 2 for a 3-0 lead.
62. Jonathan Carr, 4.
So double 2 then. Oh,
No score.
it's
Having the
drifted
car,
wide, veered
48.
into the double 17 to the left.
Oh my. This is starting to get ridiculous. Is that 3 times this week he's done this?
32.
I'm
Jonathan
starting to think it's
Carr,
on
4.
purpose.
Lovely little exchange between the pair. Well, they're seeing the funny side of it all. But I tell you what, Jonathan Platt will not be laughing.
No score. Having the car,
He takes out the
16.
double 2. It's been a long day. Double 8.
He has it double 8 in this leg,
12.
but he hasn't it double 4.
Jonathan Carr, 4.
There it
He's on
is,
the third leg,
3-0.
Jonathan Platt.
This sentence, I'm afraid I have
Fourth
to
leg,
say
Jonathan
it.
through first. Game on.
I don't think John O'Platt wants me to say it. It's a 28 dart break of throw.
Ah, the lesser spotted. Don't see that often here.
45.
He'll take it.
A win is a win is a win, no matter the circumstance of it. He averaged 89 against Ciaran Teehan and ran out 4-2.
140.
Loser in that game. Well, the averages are a little bit different here, but he may run out 4-0 victor.
85.
3 darts thrown, and the Dane has already broken the throw.
100.
Or should I say he's taken the darts.
$100.
It's a bit of an old school look that Jono's got, isn't it? One earring and the left ear. That was designated as cool at school back in our day.
81.
Sometimes earrings for players can be cultural. Like it is for
45.
Dirk van Dijvenbode. Even Robert Thornton wears earrings, always has had. Sometimes very sparkly ones.
140.
Well, Poulsen's left himself here on tops after 12 to get a leg on the board to reduce the gap and reduce the
43.
deficit back down to 3-1.
Check. 59. Avenue car, 40.
And for Jono, he's himself on 167. And this is also for a break here for Poulsen. And that's a 14 darter. Well, he's won that leg in half the time it took Jonathan Platt to win the last.
Fifth leg, Ivan to through first. Game on.
How can you not see the funny side of that? 28 dart break, 14 dart break.
140.
That's like running a 26-minute 5,000 metres and then running a 13-minute 5,000 metres.
85.
But they all count for the same thing, just one leg.
$85.
Looking forward to Group B tonight?
Absolutely.
$125.
Sorry, you were looking for more words than that, weren't you? I'm looking forward to watching Henry Coates because I haven't seen him up close a great deal.
100.
I want to see more Charlie Manby. I want to see what form Wazuski's in. I want to see the response from Gavlas after losing Group A.
Springborg. 6 starts on 176.
76.
I forgot to mention Martin Thomas. I'm looking forward to seeing Martin, actually.
The most delightful company you'll ever get the chance to run into.
55. Having a car, 100.
Platt could have a chance to win this game 4-1. That chance
60.
is right here, right now.
116 for the match, and he's going to get a dart for it, providing he stays straight. It's double top. Oh, that's some way to finish. Some way to finish off, and Jonathan Platt gets his first win. He beats Ivan Springborg Poulsen by 4 legs to 1, and at long last, he's a winner here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth in this Group C. Now, that is how the game went from a statistical viewpoint. Platt, a 4-1 winner against Ivan Springborg Poulsen. So this is what we've seen on this Thursday afternoon at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. These are the results of the final 6 games of the day. Before the break, we saw Jonathan Platt get the better of Ivan Springborg Poulsen by 4 legs to 1. Now, Ronan McDonagh going into that game against Peter Wachiuri had an opportunity to complete the card. It went to a last leg decider, but Peter Wachiuri would win that 4-3 to move on 6 points overnight. And Darren Johnson would get the better of Ciaran Teehan by that particular scoreline as well, stopping Teehan from moving on to 8 points, level with McDonagh at the top of the group. And that win for Darren Johnson means that he is on 8 points, but it's Ronan McDonagh that leads the way courtesy of his superior legs difference. He won 19 out of a possible 20 legs today. The one he dropped was the one that denied him the opportunity of completing the card. 3 players on 6 points in behind him. Darren Johnson, Ciaran Teehan and Peter Wachiuri, all very much in the mix going into Friday's action. Jonathan Platt and Ivan Poulsen, they're the bottom 2 players in the group with 2 points respectively. Platt winning that final game of the session, well, it keeps them in play, but you get the sense that if they're going to make it through, one of them's probably going to have to complete the card. And to do that, they're going to have to improve upon their performances on Thursday. Ronan McDonagh leading the way, 8 points to his name. Paul Nicholson's alongside me here in the commentary gantry. Class above, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. He'll be disappointed, in fact, to walk away with 8 points from today, but starting tomorrow he will be in game 3 And if he can win his first game, it will set him off on the right path to possibly win this group.
So that's how the table in Group C looks following the end of the day's proceedings. This is the tournament bracket for the rest of the week. Neil Duff, the winner of Group A earlier on this afternoon. Group B is what we're going to watch tonight. It's going to feature Henry Coates, David Wachiuri and Martin Thomas. They're going to be entering the fray. Really looking forward to seeing Henry again. He played so well on his debut here last time out. And then Gavlas and Charlie Manby are back following their exploits in Group A. It's interesting to see how Adam's going to deal with the disappointment of yesterday, considering he dominated the group for so long, whilst Charlie Manby just about snuck in the end. So we're going to see three-wheel young guns go head-to-head there with the experience of David and Martin too. And of course, we'll see the conclusion of Group C tomorrow afternoon. We're going to be back at 10 o'clock, but plenty coming up on Pluto TV before then. That includes a Tungsten talk with Mervyn King. Now, he's had a good week, hasn't he, on the Pro Tour, having got the call-up following his exploits on the Challenge Tour in 2025, and plenty more besides of that here on Pluto TV between now and 10 p.m. That includes more from the Tungsten Talk series. That includes a chat with Jimmy Van Schie, and then we'll be back from 10 o'clock tonight to see how Group B is going to get underway. And then tomorrow afternoon, we will see the culmination of Group C, and it all build up to a crescendo on Saturday night as we head to the halfway point of Series 11, where somebody is going to join an A-star cast into Champions Week. From the asset Paul Nicholson and myself, Henry Deacon, thank you so much for your company this afternoon. We shall see you from 10 o'clock. Bye-bye for now.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is. And
it comes on finals night, and it's another
Dirty Harrison! Poulsen! 54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least two handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.